for the land, learn forever hand in hand. Take it all out on your stride. It is taking voting down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in?
Laughing gas, these hazmats, fast cat, lining them up like ass crack. Play these ponies at the track, it's my chocolate attack. Shit, I'm stepping in harder this year. Yeah, bear repping in harder this year. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha 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 ha. Yo, we gon' ghost town, this Motown with your sound. You in the blink, gon' bite the dust, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink. So don't stop, get it, until you chat ahead and watch the way I navigate.
Windmill, windmill for the land, learn forever hand in hand. Take it all out on your stride. It is taking voting down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in?
Don't stop, get it, deep high your captains in it, steady, watch me navigate. Don't stop, get it, deep high your captains in it, steady, watch me navigate.
Hello, comrades. Hello, comrades. How are we doing today? How are we feeling? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. We ready for weekend streaming? I have an entire day planned on Korea. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, tofu with jjichae sauce. Welcome in. The hat is from my... Oh my god, I forgot what the word is before you're married. Engagement. The hat is from my engagement party. I forgot what that word was for a second. We had a Pink Pony Club themed engagement party. So we encouraged everyone to dress up in a mix of pink cowboy and disco aesthetic, and that's what all the decorations were. There was a disco ball, there was inflatable, like other disco balls, it's a bunch of like mirrored decorations, etc. But it was a lot of fun. I am married now. It was a long time ago, and so I'm glad to have another practical use for the pink cowboy hat. It was a very fun. We wanted a very queer, like gay wedding the entire way through. So like we kept thinking like, how can we make these like this like heteronormative tradition, etc., this like function of capital society, how can we make it just as like queer and worthwhile for us as possible? So one of them was leaning into a Pink Pony Club theme during a time when Chaperone was getting a lot of hatred. So specifically, like as like a Marxist, like the idea of a marriage and a wedding is like part of a capitalist system in society, because we're using it essentially as protection, because as gay people, access to marriage is relatively new, and we need to be able to have access to hospitals.
They try to
and
develop a
helping
gay
each other.
bomb.
Gay bomb. We need to have access to like hospital visits and being able to like make decisions, helping each other if the other one can't. And so this is like a very practical tool for us. So we also just decided to make it as gay as possible to fight in the face of like heteronormativity. So we had everyone wear all white at our wedding. We encouraged people to wear wedding dresses. Nobody wore a single wedding. There was not a single person who wore a wedding dress because all the straight women said I wouldn't feel right wearing a wedding dress to someone else's wedding. And then none of the gay people had a wedding dress to wear. Most of them were married, but the ones who did get married didn't wear a wedding dress to their own wedding, so they didn't have a wedding dress. So there were 0 wedding dresses at my wedding, but it was still I think it was fun being able to have this conversation with people anyways and just explain like this idea that you can't wear a dress you spent so much money on more than one time in your life is silly. Wear it to ours, but no one did. So there is that. I wanted to go over the plan for the day, but also I have a couple updates. One update is that if you're in the Discord and you go to the passport registry, you can now join the Gay Bomb Squad. And if you join the Gay Bomb Squad, you will have access to the Gay Bomb Squad chat room and can use the Gay Bomb command in the Discord. I have not set up like alerts or anything automatically yet. I've given myself sort of like where Larry was before Larry's confirmation, and hopefully I'll have a confirmation in the Discord soon. But I felt like I needed to formalize Gay Bomb Squad fast, otherwise the Virgo Reich was going to take off, and I had to stop that as quickly as possible. But other than that, there's no other updates. We have TankTube officially like up and running and rolling. Everyone is in the team right now, and the team that we currently have on the TankTube team page on Twitch. Hold on, TankTube.
That's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Thank you. Where is the event list? Thank you for the follow, Nikamimus. Thank you, welcome. TankTube command. So if you go to Twitch, oh, that's not the correct one. Hold on. So I have to type it in, I think. Twitch.tv/team/TankTube. I need to put this link in there. So if you go there, make sure you follow all of the creators on there. This is the, right now, central committee of TankTube, and this is the, like, informal network of creators. So we each have our own like content creation platforms, our own projects that we're working on, and our own goals, and we are sort of collectively sharing an audience so that we can help promote these projects to a wider group of people and hopefully grow our own individual communities as well as having like a shared community hub for everybody on the Discord. TankTube members are principled Marxist-Leninists, we are anti-imperialists, we are anti-colonialists, we are anti-Western hegemony, and we stand up for actually existing socialist states like Cuba, like Venezuela, like China, and like the DPRK. We are opposed to American intervention wherever it is for any reason, and we always assume that the given reason for American intervention is a lie. If you are interested in following creators and learning more about anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, Marxism, Leninism, go to the twitch.tv/team/TankTube link that's in the chat, and make sure to follow all of the creators there, because that is exactly where you're going to find that kind of content. A shared community hub sounds conducive to the idea in general, avoiding atomization of the community and all. Yeah, we're not breaking each other up.
That's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Thank you. Was that Catgirl Steph? Yes. Thank you, Catgirl Steph. Welcome to the Gay Bomb Squad. Next, I wanted to just go over the stream plan for the day. So we have a long day. I'm here for a few hours. So first we're going to go over disasters in the Republic of Korea, and I have a bunch of links that was put together for us by Tits Out for Tankies to learn about a bunch of like civilian disasters that have happened in the Republic of Korea. Then we're going to read Juche Idea answered 100 questions. We're going to pick up where we last left off, which was section 22. We're just going to keep reading down and discussing as we go. Then right before the break, we're going to watch a Susie Kim video talking about dispelling myths in the DPRK. Susie Kim is, I believe, a professor from. I will look up Susie Kim when we get there, so I don't misspeak. But Susie Kim is a professor and an author of another book that we are going to read called Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950. And we're going to read that after the break in the second half. And we're going to read the intro and chapter 1 and spend some time on that. And in the end, we're going to read more of the intro and potentially chapter 1 of Bad Gays by Ben Miller and Hugh Lemmy, which is a Marxist analysis of gay identity throughout history and an analysis of what we would consider like criminals or evil people throughout history. So it's also an analysis of morality. And people who in a time period would not have had the gay identity or gay label to apply to themselves. And so we are looking, the book is essentially looking back at people who, if they were alive today, we might call them gay, but that identity label didn't exist when they were active in history. And it's sort of an examination of the gay identity and morality and how they're applied throughout history. I also think it's Rutgers, and that is what I wanted to say, but I didn't say it because I was worried I would be wrong. I feel like that if you think you might be wrong, you should just not say it. Is that a novel idea? Have I potentially cracked the code? I'm so glad I found the anti-imperialist side of TikTok because people are so kind and principled, and we absolutely need that going forward. Welcome. We're currently trying to mass evacuate everyone off of TikTok, which we call the Burger Reich. And we call it the Burger Reich because it is essentially like Facebook for Gen Z, and so it's just like strangely it has gotten really it's a place for really conservative young people to be like, and they don't realize it. Like, they're liberals, or they'll self-identify as liberals, but they hold some what we would consider like traditional conservative social values. That's extremely strange. A new idea just dropped. Don't say something if you think you could be wrong. Check first, and then make sure you say after you check on whether or not you could be wrong. Isn't that? Double checked. history.rutgers.edu/people/faculty/details/ I started and now I feel like I have to keep going. /147-new-brunswick/917-Kim-Susie. I did it. I'm copying. Isn't that curve where people who know a little talk too much, people who know a medium amount don't talk at all, and people who know everything actually speak? I don't think I've heard of this, but I like the phrasing of it. I feel like it's something that I experienced where I started creating content while I was like early on into my political education, and I was making a lot of content really fast. Obviously, this is going to lead to a lot of reactionary takes while you're still like in the beginning of your political education. Susie Kim, Associate Professor of Korean History. I just clicked into the link. I feel like that you're going to, obviously, if you are in the beginning of your political education, you're going to have a lot of reactionary takes, and so I posted a lot of reactionary opinions on TikTok in like 2020 as I was like learning, with the goal of being like anti-imperialist, right, and like anti-capitalist, and it probably was ineffective because I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't know how to create effective content that talked to people yet. But also, like, if it wasn't ineffective, it was probably like antithetical to what I wanted to do, right? The peak hubris or Dunning-Kruger effect. The Gartner hype cycle or the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think we should just call it the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? The algorithm pushing people into manosphere and pill rhetoric, which inevitably leads to pro-establishment baloney. It's also like all debate content, and I like some debate like speakers because they are trying to co-opt the popularity of the debate platform. I'm saying have a gardening break every time I say debate right now, but there's a big debate platform on TikTok right now, and it's ridiculous, right? Like, you'll be scrolling through just trying to like see, like, doom scrolling or whatever at the end of your day, and you'll come across a TikTok debate, and it'll be like, it'll should we should we put all queer people in a vat of boiling oil? Yes or no? And it'll be people screaming at each other, right? Um, so they're like trying to co-opt the popularity of a debate format that is just ridiculous. Like they're just talking about ridiculous things anyways, and using it to talk to people in the audience and not trying to like win the debate. You're not going to win against someone who's coming up to argue about whether or not women should have the right to vote in modern day. You're not going to win a debate and convince them that of course women should have the right to vote, right? You're talking to the people in the audience about systems that encourage, true liberation, like communism, like socialism, etc. Debate is white narcissism culture. It's a performance for most people. Yes. That's why I'm being very specific. There's like very few people who can go into these debate spaces and actually push forward like education, but that is essentially what TikTok has become, which is why so much of it, like I said, there's very few people use it to push a narrative or to teach. Most people are just on there for like clip farming, so that they can get clips of people going into deranged uh, like rants or yelling or screaming slurs, so they can clip and post and be like, look what happened on my stream, whatever. This is like encourages views, but like it's worthless to political education for the most part. But like collective TV does a lot of really good use of the debate space they'll have people ask questions and present evidence, and then they will debunk the evidence with sources on like screen, and then they'll ask clarifying question after clarifying question and just keep bringing the point back to like, well, in a socialist system this is that, in a socialist system this doesn't do this. And so it becomes more about talking to like one of the collective TV representatives who's in the Discord says ops are props. They're using the opposition as a tool to speak to the masses. I made a mistake engaging with MP TikTok comments. I have said that I go to the Madeline Pendleton's TikTok comments not so much to promote class consciousness, but because it's actually just a pretty good place to get your frustrations out on I'll bet half of them are bots, half of them are real people who are just promoting imperialism. But you can use like the Burger Reich stream to like just get out some frustration on the worst of the liberals. There's a lot of Ukrainian Nazis in the Burger Reich stream. Let's get into let's go over to the other screen and let's look at something about the disasters in the Republic of... It was a Ukraine topic. A lot of Ukrainian Nazis in the Burger Reich comments for some reason. When Madeline is on stream on TikTok, there is a lot of Ukrainian Nazis in that comment section. Instead of locking your Sims in a burning building, it's one or the other. And both of them will provide some sort of mental relief to you, but it is temporary relief, and only moving into a new system that doesn't torture your mental health constantly in every single place is going to relieve this permanently, and that system is socialism. Socialism doesn't torture your mental health the way that capitalism does. Let's read about the Republic of Korea. Speaking of the Nazis, my local news ran a whole segment about a homeless man who is collecting money for Ukrainians. It was something. And isn't that speaking to something as well? I would hope, gay bomb. I would hope that people would be like trying to find this homeless person some kind of shelter, some kind of food security, some kind of system to reintegrate him into society in a way that is maybe perceived by the social system that they exist in better, right? Like being homeless is neutral. It's not your fault that you end up homeless, but it's not the richest people in the world who are trying to raise money for Ukraine. It's the people in the most precarious situations. Look at his selflessness. Yeah. It's like peeing your pants. You get warmer for a second until the evaporative cooling effect kicks in and you're just colder. Tits Out for Tankies, are you here? I don't know if Tits Out for Tankies said that they may or may not be here because I think there was something that they had in their personal life that was like around the same time. But when we were doing our first section on Korea, they were looking for one specific like link to an article about a disaster, and we came across quite a lot. Um, there was one in here that I thought the disaster republic disasters that shaped modern Korea. This one looked interesting. Let me see. So, I have a theory before I get into this. Really, I've been thinking about it just, and I haven't clicked into much. I have a theory that rapid industrialization and like austerity measures and pro-capitalist thinking have caused like safety to be a secondary, maybe even like a non-concern in the Republic of Korea. I think that when you focus on getting industries up and running and getting it industrialized as fast as possible without thinking about the working people or the people who are going to be engaging with this infrastructure, you're not thinking of the safety features that come into play, and you're not taking like preparative steps to make sure that you're avoiding disasters in the first place. So it seems like there are a higher concentration of like civilian disasters in the Republic of Korea, and my initial thought is that when you are rapidly industrializing for the sake of earning profit, that is pro-capitalist and anti-people, and so the concern for people isn't there in the first place, and you're not thinking of the safety measures that would protect the people because you're concerned about profiting. The highest suicide, I don't know. I can't speak to that. If someone wants to check that in the background while I get started on reading this, we can potentially look into that. Which that's probably a side effect of rapid alienation and isolationism as well, right? And the effects of capitalism on the everyday worker. This like this extreme industrialization seems like textbook viewing the populace as a resource to be consumed. Yeah. A lot of the safety measures that get put into place are after a disaster happens, it seems. Like they wait for a disaster before they decide to put safety systems in place. Modern Korea was shaped as much by its disasters as its achievements. The 1990s, who was the author? This podcast is called The Dark Side of Sail, Ghost Walk. It seems like a podcast. Modern Korea was shaped as much by its disasters as its achievements. The 1990s were known as the Disaster Republic. The earlier decades' rush to build the country resulted in horrific building and bridge collapses. And then here's like a timeline: 1992, 93, 93, 93, 93, 94, 95. This seems to be a specific incident of one person, but 28, 78, 69, almost 300, 500 here. Oh, this is part of a whole series. It looks like they have articles going through 50s to 70s, the 80s, and even more. So there's like, this is actually a whole article or like series about this. Not that it makes us look better, but was that not also the story for US industrialization? Every regulation is written in blood, etc., etc. Yes, this is not a comparison to America. This is simply an investigation into the Republic of Korea and its development, alongside the DPRK. Hello, Larry. Welcome in. Larry is a founding member and member of the Central Committee of TankTube. There we go. Everyone make sure to follow Larry. Larry is the principal educator on Juche ideology and Korean knowledge from the Marxist-Leninist perspective outside of Korea. Larry is where I got my beginning of education in Korea and Juche ideology, and I encourage everyone to go follow Larry. Larry, we are learning about the Disaster Republic in the 90s right now. of the Republic of Korea, and we're talking about how rapid industrialization overlooks safety measures to protect the people and only focuses on earning profit for the capitalists as quickly as possible, leading to large-scale disasters. And then afterwards, we'll be reading Juche Idea Answered 100 Questions. Oh, this is, okay, yeah. And then there's some notes. So this is a podcast episode. And so I'll click into a different one. Murder of Yoon Jum-yi. Yoon, 26, was a sex worker at Dongducheon, where she worked at a bar at Camptown. Camptown surrounds USKF bases. Poor women were often recruited as sex workers in Kichijan, where they were stigmatized by classism, then more so as sex workers. She had a dispute with Private Ken Markle, so this is probably an American man. Markle hit Yoon repeatedly over the head with a bottle. Markle violated Yoon with a bottle and umbrella both vaginally and anally. Wow, sorry. Trigger warning for some sensitive discussion right now. The Yoon's murder infuriated some of the Korean public. Kim Hyun-suk, Yoon is material evidence of imperialist violence against the bodies of Korean women. Previous murders of Camptown sex workers had happened. A woman named Park was murdered by U.S. servicemen and no legal action was taken, no apology was made. Residents of Camptown had to raise funds for funeral. Proper funerals often didn't happen because money couldn't be raised or bodies were never found. Camptown sex workers were looked down upon, their murders not considered worthwhile. So that first one up here that it lists, where it says the murder of Yoon Jum-yi, is really expansive, actually. It's not just one person. It's talking about the women around Camptown who, it says were pressured, it says we're pressured to become sex workers. So, I mean, even labeling them as sex workers is likely, like, not entirely fair because this section here implies that it wasn't much of a choice. But through maybe taking acts of survival, they become sex workers and are stigmatized for it. Camptown sex workers were looked down upon, their murders not considered worthwhile. Welcome, Ked Tong, thank you. And does Republic of Korea have laws like other places with U.S. bases? U.S. soldiers cannot be prosecuted kind of stuff. I cannot stay for long, but I hope you comrades have a great weekend. Thank you, Ked Tong. We will be here for a while, and I'll also be here tomorrow at the same time for 4 hours playing video games for Sunday Fun Day. Images of Yoon's body were circulated by activists. The goal was to highlight class differences between Camptown workers and other Koreans and show the violence that exists in Camptown by military personnel. Grace M. Cho Yoon would serve as a haunting reminder to those who tried to distinguish themselves from her by making her presence felt as the excluded outsider that threatens the boundary. Committee on the Murder of Yoon Jum-yi was formed. This became the national campaign for eradication of crime by U.S. troops in Korea. So the Committee on the Murder of Yoon Jum-yi, the goal of that was to eliminate the crime by U.S. troops in Korea. The whole goal of this was to eliminate crime by U.S. troops. No, you're not being obnoxious at all, Cultimus. Please ask questions. We are fortunate to have Larry here today because Larry has a lot more insight than I do, and part of the goal of the On Korea series is not for me to teach people, but to take advantage of this space to increase my own personal wealth of knowledge as well. So if you're asking questions and I don't know the answer to them, I can potentially get to finding the answer to them when we move on, like when we're between segments or something like that. And Larry just happens to have an incredible wealth of information on this. And so, like I said, we're fortunate that Larry's here with us for right now. So please ask questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. W Learning. Oh, my dog is dreaming on the couch. She's making cute little dreaming noises. Korean government compensated Yoon's family $70,000. What's the value of a life for you? Markle, convicted of rape and murder in 93, initially sentenced to life, had sentence reduced to 15 years because Yoon's family received compensation from the U.S. government. Served sentence in Xianan, given parole in August of 06, so that was 13 years later? Left for the U.S. the next day. A judiciary committee granted parole because Markle was deemed unlikely to commit another crime. Financial agreement was reached with Yoon's family. They just bribed her family into letting him go, essentially. They just kept bribing her family into letting him go. January 7th, 1993, the Wuam shopping arcade collapsed. 28 people were killed here. During the presidency of Kim Young-sam, before the inauguration ceremony, considered the starting point of the Accident Republic. Potentially like a name before or a nicer name than Disaster Republic. Happened in Cheongju, North Chungcheong Province. A fire from short circuit in underground shopping mall at about 1:10 a.m. spread to the second floor. Residents went to the roof. At 2 a.m., the fire was almost extinguished. Gas leaked through melted vinyl tubes on first floor, and then about an hour into the burning, 10 gas cylinders exploded and the building collapsed. Is the seawall? Yes, the seawall ferry was what got us. So we will get to the seawall ferry, I think, after this. I took the list that I have because Tits Out for Tankies put this list together, and I was reading it, and so I assumed this would give us a little context into understanding what happened, but I didn't realize it was a podcast episode. I was hoping it was more of an article. So we're just reading their notes summary, and then we're gonna get into the seawall ferry next. I just have to find it in the list. 10 gas cylinders exploded. The building collapsed. It says fire was the straw that broke the camel's back. The building was poorly constructed. Extensions on the fourth floor caused load problems. The foundation used poor aggregates. Rebars were not properly laid out. Wood chips in the concrete, which is like a filler. Right? They didn't have enough concrete, so they filled it with wood chips, which is going to make it less structurally sound. It was rebuilt in 1995 as the Pyeonghwa Shopping Center. I wonder if this was like an early example of intentionally bad design for what's it called? Oh my gosh. Follower goal met. Wow, 180 followers is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am extremely grateful. I'm extremely humble. That is incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wood chips in your foundation's concrete sounds so scary, doesn't it? And I wonder if this is an early example of intentionally building a bad for insurance fraud. Welcome in. Is it Hato Kiari? Hato Kiari? Welcome in. March 28, 1993. Gupo Mugun Chwa train killed 78. Awesome. Thank you for being here, Hato Kiari. Welcome in. We are reading about disasters in the 90s in the Republic of Korea and talking about how rapid industrialization essentially allows businesses and capitalists to bypass safety measures and make things more dangerous. And we're talking about this alongside how the development of we'll get into talking about the DPRK later, but talking about we're examining this alongside the development of the DPRK as well, essentially. A train traveling from Seoul to Busan. The engineer saw that the ground had collapsed and tried to brake. The engineer survived. 276 people were on board the train. 78 people died, and 198 people were injured. That's everyone. That is everyone who was on the train. If you didn't, 54 were seriously injured, and 144 were minorly injured. Samsung Engineering and Construction was tunneling under the tracks to lay down some electrical cable. It was violating laws to work with Korea Railroad Authority. No one unscathed, yeah. And it was because Samsung Engineering decided to skip over some safety laws so that they could lay down electrical cable and potentially profit. And the Korean Railroad Authority, so what was it? Like a transaction of bribery? The railroad bed itself had to be repaired, which took a long time, and it cut off transportation in the main Seoul-Busan artery. Trains still pass this way. The engineer was not punished because it wasn't his fault. He had tried his best to prevent the disaster. Executives were given light punishments. Pattern of judicial leniency towards chaebol executives angering the public. CEO was transferred to the Samsung credit card. Samsung Engineering and Construction was punished, 25.5 million won penalty. Suspended domestically for 6 months, lost 1 trillion won. Oh no. They lost $1 trillion because they couldn't work for 6 months after killing 78 people and injuring another 198 people. Oh no. I wonder how much the medical bills of the people who survived cost, and I wonder what the funeral costs were of the people who didn't. I wonder how much the medical cost for some of these survivors is today. 54 of them were seriously injured. Had trouble getting domestic contracts for 10 years after this, and used this time to extend into Southeast Asia. They changed its name to Samsung E&C and absorbed by Samsung C&T. Samsung C&T Construction Division, not even trying to hide it. That's a funny little note here. Break the law, make $1 billion, fined for 10 million, walk away with huge profits, repeat. Exactly that. These days, builds apartments like Raymian, built Everland, and currently #1 in domestic contracts. So even after this, they changed their name. They disguised themselves, and there's nothing stopping them from operating. They just changed their name. They were absorbed by the same company, the Samsung Corporation, and they are operating under a different name now. There is a ghost train story of a woman asking for rescue. Oh, this must be like a local myth that has spawned as a result of this. And there's a movie about it called Red Eye. It was released in 2005. Asiana Airlines Flight 733, 69 people killed. There was 116 passengers. It was an accident. Of course, they're all accidents. Bad weather, made 2 unsuccessful landing attempts, crashed into Mount Anjeo, 10 kilometers southwest of an airport. Wes Craven's Red Eye? Let's see. Potentially. No. Nope. This does not seem like it would be about that. The story follows a hotel manager ensnared in an assassination plot by a terrorist while aboard a red-eye flight to Miami. Now, this is like the notes. Red-eye was based on a true story. Cillian Murphy. Maybe it was, but like we just don't know the context of what it was spoken about on the podcast. But that doesn't seem to describe the event that we just read about, right? The train with the tunnel crash? Was this just something that like a story that they put on a train that crashed? Two passengers ran to the village at the base of the mountain. Villagers raced to help the passengers. So 2 people survived and were running for help. Reframing criminal negligence as terrorists would sound like a classic Hollywood messaging. It would. I think they're talking about like a red-eye flight as opposed to like a train, though. Made stretchers out of sticks and clothing. Airport didn't have instrument landing, and runway was narrow for civilian planes, so it caused the multiple landing attempts. So it was just like a badly built runway. Veered off course and told the tower that it had not received permission to land. The captain was irritated that he kept missing the runway and decided to start approach at a lower altitude, but was not aware of the mountain in his way. Oh, excellent. Thank you for finding that link. Began descent when still passing over mountain peak. The last thing was, okay, 800 feet. Not really, it was, the co-pilot said, hey, engines increased, they got up to, so they tried to pull up really fast in the last second. Asiana promoted itself as being always on time, so they were rushing. The co-pilot was underexperienced, only 24 hours of civilian airliner flying time. The rain, well, ideally you would be in a system where you aren't trying to rush to be always on time, and you have the ability to learn and make correct choices. But in a capitalist system, only 24 hours of civilian airliner time, he's got to get the experience some way. And by being on the flight is probably it, right? The rain prevented more explosions. Anti-submarine helicopter rescued the survivors. Ill-equipped, so transported the injured using cables. Unprofessional media. Showed a woman's underwear without pixelating while being rescued repeatedly. Jokes were being made. Some were transported to small hospitals or university hospitals based on the brands of their underwear. What? Broadcasters received warnings and apologized. KBS broadcasted names and addresses of the women. Held a microphone to a child trembling in shock. Asiana's first and deadliest crash. The names and addresses of the women? To a child who just got off of an airplane that crashed into the side of a mountain. I have a question for you, child. Do you think you can answer it right now? Crashes in July 2011 and July 2013, the curse of 7, July. So they keep crashing in July. Was this in July? July 2026, 1993. July over and over. Every July they crash. Or in July there's an increased likelihood that Asiana will crash. Don't fly Asiana in July, comrades. Probably don't fly it if you have the choice, but definitely don't in July. Deadliest air crash in Korea at the time. Deadliest of Boeing. Interesting. It's always Boeing. Boeing 737-500 at the time. Asiana still uses the number 733 for the London Hanoi route. Suspended Gimpo Mokpo route. Paid compensation to families. Muan International was built. When commissioned in 2007, decommissioned Mokpo. Residents of Macheon village aided in the rescue. Villagers were traumatized, of course. Performed a gut to comfort them. I don't know what that means. October 1993, sinking of MV Seohae 292. This is a boat. That's 292 is rough. It's hard to look at that picture and think about. This in Waido Buon County, North Jeolla, started to become a popular tourism and fishing spot in the 80s. There were 362 on board, max capacity 221. So 362 people were on board, and the max capacity was 220. That's more. They were more than 50% over limit. And the crew was under minimum. There was less crew than there should have been for max capacity, and there was 141 more people than should have been on the boat. Mostly Waido residents and military, the largest since Namyang in 1970, there were harsh conditions, overloading in bow, and overboarding, fish sauce, and gravel. They had too much fish sauce, gravel, and people on the boat. Thick rope wrapped around propeller shafts left by fishing operations. Only 2 of the 9 lifeboats were operational. The survivors were divided between lifeboats, and others hung on from the outside and used boxes. Local fishing boats reported and rescued 40 survivors. Military boats and helicopters, 30 more rescued, 51 bodies recovered. They tried to lift, but the rope snapped, and they got it on the second try, and they recovered 292 bodies. The captain, the chief engineer, the deck chief in the communications room, and it's rare that all the bodies were recovered, but because the ship capsized so quickly, the people were trapped inside. It was forced to operate under harsh conditions. This time it was the passengers who forced it to go. Sunday, and many had to go to work. It was essentially a ferry. They were trying to use it to go to work, and many people were rushing on board. Announced went to stay in cabins after a strong wave hit. Steering was too strong from inexperience. Company demanded to take a more dangerous route. Overloaded because the company was considered too small for its state subsidies, incentivizing to go on less excursions. Coast Guard responded too late. So it's just like a million different things added up to a terrible disaster. All of them are contradictions under capitalism. You have to go to work. There are fewer boat rides because you don't have enough subsidies to take your boat ride. Too many people have to get to work on Sunday, so they're all rushing onto the boat anyways and forcing the company to take them to work. They're using drivers who are inexperienced. The Coast Guard responded too badly. All of these are things that could be avoided by a system that doesn't promote private profit and require you to fight for scarcity. In systems where food and housing aren't a problem, you're not going to be shoving 360 people onto a boat that can only hold 220 people. You're not going to be forcing them to work because you're not going to need as many people to work. They're not all going to be desperate to get to work. And then on the way to do that, because they have families that they're trying to take care of, they end up in a disaster. The efficiency of capitalism only really results in the death of the 99%. Exactly that, Nick. So the aftermath was 99 million won per family. A ferry company was only worth 1 billion won. 7.3 paid by the Shipping Mutual Aid Association. The rest came from donations in the pension fund. I'm sorry, people were donating to pay for what the ferry company owed the families? NBC PD Notebook reported that a government official threatened the families if they sued. If you go to court, your family will lose, and if you go to the Supreme Court, it will take 3 to 4 years. Why should that be? So they're scaring them, pressuring them out of suing this company. 10 families succeeded one. Sorry, I read one, and it should be one. 10 families succeeded won state compensation in court, claiming lots of state neglect in supplying proper personnel and equipment. 99 million won is $65,000, by the way. And earlier we read about the woman who was killed in Camp Town being paid like $75,000. This is what's the cost of your when you like a member of your family? What's the value of their life? 38 transportation officials reprimanded. Chairman of the shipping union dismissed. Media unprofessionalism. Claimed people saw the captain leave and return home. Mistook one captain for another. Captain secretly escaped to Japan. This is the media? Did the captain escape after he was rescued? Media company was raided by the government? Prosecution and police were following the wrong captain based on these reports. When Captain was found, media posted apologies. This was a pattern that was parodied in the 2014 drama Pinocchio. Number of routes increased. They added more routes. Am I imagining things or did you make some stream changes? It looks good. You are not imagining things. I made stream changes and they launched yesterday. Welcome in, Mycelium. Thank you for the compliment. No, you're not. Yeah, I updated all of my like resources essentially. Thank you. We are reading about disasters in Korea, and we're going to, in a few minutes here, we're going to transfer to the reading on Juche idea. Mycelium, like mom, but British. Is that how we are supposed to? Oh, exactly. That is how we're supposed to read it. But I'm not British. So, thankfully. Good news. That is good news. That is good to hear. Stronger practices for keeping track of who's on board. No longer selling boarding passes after boarding. So, I mean, that's absurd. That's a way to get. That's an easy way to accidentally end up with 400 people on board of a 200 people boat, right? Must fill out more info when getting a boarding pass. Oh, their solution is to slow you down on the dock. All passenger ships have informed of number before departing. But National Assembly did nothing to strengthen the safety of the ships themselves. Again, yeah, so essentially their solution to this was to just slow down your ability to get on board and not actually put stricter safety measures in place. Comment on Namu Wiki that the government and media learned nothing from this and repeated the same mistakes after Seawall. Memorial Tower in Wido. Oh, is this the Seawall event? Sinking of MV. I don't think this was a Seawall event. I think they may be just commenting on the Seawall event. Let's move on to finding the Seawall article. I know it's in there. Ignore the sound. I'm sorry, comrades. I closed it out of panic. A video started playing and I closed the tab really fast out of panic. I'm hoping that one of these, I don't think one of these says anything specific about. This is, for those who weren't here before, this document is a compilation of links put together for me by Tits Out for Tankies. Essentially just talking about the disasters in the Republic of Korea. Every failure possible happened. I'm just going to Google MV Seawall. I'm going to Google and see if I can find an article here. Hydrate. Thank you. I'm on the Wikipedia page. I'm scrolling down to the sources. This is 100 sync. That's an article from right after. Lots of these are articles from right around the time. South Korean ferry was operating illicitly, state report says. This is from Time. Sounds like a good example for the predictability of harm from capitalism, not to take away from the tragedy, but a very cause and effect example. It's not, yeah, we aren't, I think by examining that the direct cause of these tragedies is due to the desire to earn a profit as quickly as possible and through skipping safety measures, I don't think that is taking away from the tragedy themselves. We're just sort of examining that it could have been avoided in a socialist system where profit isn't a factor and where human need is the primary concern and safety is a primary concern for human need. The MV seawall. No, you don't have to. Don't be self-conscious about it. I think we understand here, and if there is, like I said earlier, if there is something that we can and need to discuss, we can discuss it. But that's not like about you or anything. It's just a general sort of statement. Don't feel too worried about your phrasing. Language and phrasing is just a way for us to get more knowledge, essentially, or like talking about it. The MV Seawall was operating under a license earned by fraudulent safety documents when it capsized off the South Korean coast in April, an incident that left 300 people, mostly high school students on a class trip, dead. An interim report on the tragedy filed by South Korean state investigators failed to specify how the seawall deceived licensing officials, CNN reported, but the Audit and Inspection Board plans to penalize those agencies that failed to perform proper safety inspections aboard the ferry. A transcript of students' video from inside. That sounds hard. I will probably cry if I read that on here. We'll see. Oh, this is a very short. On its final voyage, the ferry's cargo exceeded twice the legal limit and had not been properly secured on board, contributing to the boat's capsizing en route from the city of Incheon near Seoul to the island of Jeju. The findings of this latest report do not bode well for the seawall crew and owner who face legal charges for negligent actions that prosecutors say both facilitated the sinking of the ferry and failed to prevent the death of most of those on board. Loon Jun-seok, the captain of the Seawall with 4 decades of maritime experience, has been charged with murder for fleeing the sinking vessel. The seafaring tradition of going down with one ship is, many legal experts have argued, in fact enshrined in South Korean and international law. I do not think that they have. I personally, not as the government, like I'm not speaking for the government of South Korea here, but I personally don't think a captain has to die if their ship sinks. And I think that it is extremely cruel that it could potentially be enshrined in law that the captain must die. The personal choices the captain made that maybe overlooked the safety of the passengers, I think we could maybe look at that. But he is a working person who is living in scarcity and maybe potentially like making choices that aren't the best for everyone in a system that promotes scarcity. This is a New York Times article. And so I'm not going to approve of making decisions that risk people's safety, but I understand a person making choices that would eliminate scarcity from them and their families' lives. Big-hearted take, right? I believe him and his crew told everyone to stay put. Terrible. Yeah. The frickin' sandwich ad. Was there a sandwich ad? This was a very short. I was hoping that there would be a little bit more about the why, but it does seem like they were taking on, again, just more than they could carry, and the response was, once again, poor. They left an automated message playing on loop saying, "Stay where you are," while the captain was rescued first. And I think that can be handled potentially I think that could potentially be handled in some sort of system that we didn't legally require him to go down with the boat, is all I'm saying. Would that be something of a scapegoat sacrifice to placate the people, a release valve by propping up captain as a ruler? Potentially. I just can't see the function of legally requiring him to die. It was so jarring. Copy that by Celian. Yeah. It's I'm not saying this man is innocent. I'm saying that legally requiring him to die because his boat is sinking is strange. There's no reason to blame the captain for not dying, but blame him for placating people and getting himself to safety. That is the specific problem there. I'm gonna look at this one last page and see if it has anything to say about seawall. No, this is about humidifier disinfectant. The list of things that, like, it says South Korea Hwasong factory fire, dangerous nuclear industry, military jets dropped bombs on civilian in live fire drill. Like, they accidentally bombed their own people. Like, the list of things that Tits Out for Tankies found that the Republic of Korea has been doing as a way of bypassing safety measures for capitalist gain, the scope of it, the range of things, it's like all of these they're sacrificing their people for capitalist gain and then fixing it after their people have been sacrificed. All right, we're going to continue on. It is 1:10 p.m. in my time with On the Juche. No, not On the Juche. That we'll get to that later. We're reading Juche Idea, Answer to 100 Questions. So we last read what does it mean that the world is transformed by man, and this was after understanding how men and women, how people are creative, how we are independent, and how we use our creativity and our independence to interact with the world around us. And it is through creative transformation of the world that we are able to identify the problems in our lives and create creative solutions to those problems in our lives. But it's also important that we have not just the free will, the way that we understand free will by able to like internally mentally choosing to like do A or B. It's not just like having that social free will, but also the political free will and the political freedom. If we don't have like a voice in politics, if we aren't able to represent ourselves in politics, then we are a dead person essentially. Even if we are alive and participating in society. So having all of these and being able to creatively interact and engage with the world around us for the betterment of men, or people. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say men. I'm going to say people. For the betterment of people, that is the Juche idea. Is engaging with the world in a way that is creatively uplifting people. Let me see. How does Great. My goal is to keep the text below my head. So that way it's easy to read. Let me just click back and forth so I can see. I have myself in a slightly different there. Okay, so it's like right in the middle of my screen is where, this is so that I can see where I need to read from, so that I can see where it is on the screen share. W TankTube emote. Can we just all take a second to acknowledge what an incredible agitprop artist Chimera is? Chimera did the graphic design for the TankTube team page right now, and just like stroke of genius. Honest, just a stroke of genius. It was really well designed, and I'm very grateful and I'm very impressed. All right. Yes, and I talked about it in our like backstage lounge for the ambassadors, and I said I think that I really appreciated the insight and like perspective on trying to soften maybe the militarism that Tank kind of invokes. Because it's not like we're not focused specifically on the USSR and tanks and militarism. We're focused on international solidarity, right? And so the stamp motif, I think, was specifically a really great way of like bringing back that internationalism. And I think that I want to continue to play up the stamp motif going forward, and the like focusing on that aspect of it as well. What is the law that guides change and development of the world defined by the Juche idea? The Juche idea has newly defined the law that guides the change and development of the world with man as the central factor. The Juche idea defined law guiding the change and development of the world is that of domination and transformation of the world by man. It means that the world is transformed by man's positive activities in the direction of serving him and in line with the way he develops. What does it mean that the world is transformed by man's positive activities? It means that the world is developed into the one for man by his independent, creative, and conscious activities. This has indicated a factor of the change and development of the world. The world is transformed by man's positive activities, for man is the only transformer of the world. The world does not change into the one for man on its own, and any being except man cannot transform the world. Only when man correctly understands and exploits the essence of the world and the law governing its movement and transforms the surrounding world in keeping with his demand can the world develop into one for him. I'm taking away your last W for saying man. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that I was going to rewrite as I read, but when I say man, or what instead of saying man, I'm going to say people, because the understanding of the word man is people. But I will be reading it. I'm not going to pull a Sandy Yawn and substitute pronouns. You can have a you then. Okay. I'll take the you. Half of a W. Or half of a W. That makes sense. Okay, I'll have a U. Sandy Yan quoting the Chinese philosopher and changing all of the pronouns to be she, her. As a way to serve peeps independence better. Yeah. The homies. As a way to serve homies. Is what they're trying to say. Complaining Laney, welcome in. We are reading Juche Idea. We just started, answered 100 questions. Laney is a member of TankTube, everyone, and they stream community care and leftist content. And make sure that you go to twitch.tv/complaininglany and you follow Laney so that you can get notified whenever they go live. Retroactively changing Stalin's pronouns to she, her to piss off the worst people on Earth. We'll talk about that in Bad Gays when we identify whether or not Stalin was potentially a trans man. No, that's ACP's take on Hitler. Anyways, we're on section 24. We started reading Juche Idea, answered 100 questions a couple weeks ago, and then we took a break because I did a feature with Ray on State and Revolution. And now we are talking more about, yes, ACP did a transvestigation of Hitler, and they determined that Hitler was a trans man and that the Nazis were all angry gay people taking their revenge out on heterosexual society. And I don't really have much more to say about them than that, because that is essentially where people say, like, tell me about the ACP, and I go, well, they believe this. This should tell you everything you need to know. Welcome in, Comrade Dexy. Opening up incredible opportunities for Stalin fanfics, yes. What does it mean? W10 stream watch streak, yeah. What does it mean that the world is transformed in the direction of serving man? It means that the world is transformed in such a way as to serve man's independence better. This has specified the direction of the world development. The reason why the world is transformed in the direction of better serving man's independence is that to realize independence is the basic purpose of human activities, and man's demand for independence continues to grow. Tits out for tankies, you did miss South Korea as hell. We spent an hour reading about disasters in the Republic of Korea, and I did reference you, and I did thank you for making the list. Um, but I shouted out at the beginning. I checked to see if you were here. It was probably the best for your mental health. We talked about a lot of really sad stuff that happened in the Republic of Korea, and we talked about how these disasters are caused by rapid industrialization, rapid productivity demand, and a demand for capitalist profit without thinking about the people or the workers that they are sacrificing for profit. The skipping safety measures for industrialization is a bad thing, and we need to move into a system where a focus on bettering the world for the independence of man would probably focus on investing in safety measures. So much absolutely preventable tragedy. Yeah, we did just read about all of that. Um, what does it mean that the world is transformed in the direction of serving man? We learned about how earlier in this being independent and being creative is about taking the resources that you find in the world around you and using those as tools to solve problems that you are experiencing in your life, right? And so transforming the under in the Juche idea, transforming the world to serve it in the direction or transforming the world in the direction of serving man is going to be focusing on creating a world that helps you get more independent, helps you solve more problems creatively, which is going to also focus on safety measures, of course. The number of ferry accidents, and because they were all overboarded, they had too many things on board, too many products, and too many people. We read about a ferry that 140 more people that shouldn't have been on, because their max capacity was 220, and they had 360 people on board. Plus, they had too much product, too much fish sauce and gravel, it said. Hi Virgo, hi Stellani, hi Tits, hi Smash, and hi all you beautiful base comrades. Yes, let me amplify that message to everyone in chat. Welcome everybody, thank you for being here with me today. Tank 2. The direction of the world transformation is determined by the aim of activities of man, the only dominator and transformer of the world. The key goal of human activities is just to put independence into reality. So, all the human activities to transform the world are conducted in the direction of achieving such a basic purpose. What does it mean that the world is transformed in the way man develops? Leaping Larry says, and it's also implying that as the masses have more and more say, the development of human society will inevitably move in the direction of better serving humanity. Yes, as we gain more independence and we have the ability to influence the world directly as people, we're obviously going to make the world better for each other. It becomes most rapid under socialism because the reactionaries holding back social development have largely been overpowered. That's true as well. In the USSR, they were able to go from an agrarian society to one competing with US development, which had been industrialized for so long already at that point, because in a social system, people were excited to work under socialism, and so the rapid development was just better there, as opposed to in a reactionary state where the work is mundane and boring and you're not inspired the right way, or you're not inspired for the same reasons. What does it mean that the world is transformed in the way man develops? It means that the level and tempo of the world transformation always keeps pace with those of human development. This has referred to the level and speed of the world development. The reason why the world is changed in keeping with human development is that man develops further and enhances his role higher in the process of transforming the world. Man transforms nature and develops society and himself at the same time, while man's role grows bigger in transforming the world by developing himself. The level of the world transformation gets higher and its speed gets faster. Yeah. So this is just in the way that as we transform the world and we develop it, it keeps pace with the way that we are developing the world. And it enhances his role higher in the process of transforming the world. So through our transforming of the world, we are securing our place as being the ones who transform the world. And nature and society develop alongside each other through our interaction with the world. Nature responds to our interaction, and we are able to. The world is developed with us. Am I understanding that correctly? Deadass a pronoun switch up in this would help me process / understand easier. But yeah, Control F replace man with people, with peeps. What are the standpoint and attitude toward the world just specified by the Juche idea? A niche to exploit. The Juche idea has newly defined the man-centered standpoint and attitude towards the world. The standpoint and attitude towards the world explained by the Juche idea have two contents. One is those towards the world that have started from the interests of man, and the other is towards the world development that are based on human activities. The standpoint and attitude towards the world explained by the Juche idea have two contents. One is those towards the world that have started from the interests of man, and the other is those towards the world development based on human activities. So one view of the Juche idea is the interaction of the world based on man's interests and how to develop it, and the other one is towards how the world is development based on our interaction with the world. Our ability to overcome fetters in nature become vastly easier under socialism, for example, because the masses' demands become the guide for state policy. So if the masses need electricity, they can build a big hydro plant. That makes sense. In capitalism, needs is secondary to profit. So they won't build the... Yeah, Larry's saying is they won't build the power plant if it's not profitable to them. If there's no way to exploit profit from the people, they won't give them power. Power being electricity. Power being electricity in this specific sense. What does it mean that the world is approached by starting from human interests? It means approaching the world with a view to making the world serve man better. The standpoint and attitude towards the world that stem from human interests are those that analyze, appreciate, and deal with all the things and phenomena with human interests as criterion. Man's cognition and transformation of the world are not for their own sake, but are intended to meet his interests. So in all the processes of cognition and practice, a wide range of things and phenomena in the world should not be seen only as objective beings, but analyzed, appreciated, and dealt with human interests as standard. What is the fundamental requirement in approaching the world by starting from human interests? Yeah. I noticed in the first time that when I was reading this, that I would often ask questions of the section that would immediately be answered in the next section. So like, what is this? Let me just make sure. Let me highlight. We're on section 28. In the very beginning, it said something like, man is creative, independent, and interacts with the world. And I said, well, what do they mean by independent? And then it was like, what does independence mean? It was like the section immediately after. So I'm trying to, before I ask questions that are about to get answered, I'm trying to check to see if it's going to answer my question immediately, because it happened a few times last time I was reading. So is this base superstructure within Juche? I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, the talking about section 27. Oh no. Juche doesn't really focus on base and superstructure. It focuses on making things better for the people, right? The worship and love of the people. Larry is typing, so I assume Larry is typing. I'm going to continue to read. What is the fundamental requirement in approaching the world by starting from human interests? The standpoint and attitude of approaching the world starting from human interests contain two basic requirements. One is that defending man's independent rights and interests in all the activities should be put forward as the supreme principle, and the other is that all the problems arising in cognition and practice should be subordinated to translating man's independent demand and interests into reality. We should have the independent right and interests, and independence is the ability to transform the world, right? So defending an independent right and interest in all activities should be put forward as the supreme principle. We should have the independence to transform the world around us to better suit our needs. And the other is that all the problems arising in cognition and practice should be subordinated to translating man's independent demand and interests into reality. Any problem that arises, any problem with society that would get in the way of the development of society needs to be subordinated to man's independent transformation. We need to be able to solve these problems and better the society for men. It uses Marxist-Leninism as a pretense and is asking what is the force that determine revolution in our immediate time is. So it is essentially focusing on essentially, their contention is that discussing what is base and what is superstructure isn't all that important in regards to the immediate needs of the revolution, and that Marxism-Leninism has discussed that already. Duce wants to know is what is humanity's role in transforming the dialectical materialism world. So Duce's idea is about our understanding of how we interact and engage with the world and how we transform it. It's a more holistic approach that focuses on the dialectic between our creative powers and the material conditions. Marxism-Leninism is like the long view of history. Duce zooms in and answers the immediate questions like what causes revolution. The masses' ideology of independence, for example. When masses become aware of their restriction of independence, they fight for revolution, and so essentially when we become aware of our lack of independence or restriction of independence, we decide to fight to have true independence so that we can so that we can truly live and interact and transform the world. And Duce is the zoomed-in scope of what causes that friction, or what would be the reason why people choose to fight for independence. Marxism looks at its commonality within the movement of nature and says revolution happens where capitalism was most developed or where imperialism is weakest, which can be true, but that isn't the key factor, right? Those are where revolutions happen and not why they happen. And Duce looks at why the revolutions happen, whereas, of course, we understand in Marxism-Leninism that, of course, revolutions are inevitable, and the Duce idea is more specific than inevitable. Is that correct? Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Larry. That is very insightful. Because one is looking at a broad view of human history. One is giving us a more detailed view of social history focused on the masses and what the masses, it's specifically what the masses need to live independently, to live creatively, and to thrive on that. And if you don't have independence and you aren't able to creatively transform the world to better your material conditions, then of course that pressure is going to cause you to want to revolt to gain the independence to transform the world to better your life. Larry, you are so good at explaining things. You should be a streamer or something. Have you thought about it? I gotta start bringing some Duce into reading groups eventually. The siren call of starting another reading group day. Life with dignity, yes. How to successfully build revolution, or rather what successful revolution will inherently look like, because there are laws of revolution. the same way that like you can observe history and see that the pressures of society cause different revolutions. Of course, there is a set of conditions that would you can probably examine for capitalist revolutions as well, because we can look at feudal society. We can see the proto-capitalist revolution that led us into capitalism. Of course, we should be able to examine the revolutions that led people, working class people, out of capitalism and into a socialist market and identify the unique causes and reasons why. If you look at China or Cuba, etc., you'll see more and more Juche principles being consolidated. It is scientific, but not a formula. An examination of history. No button. I'm pushing the button. I've been pushing the button. What is fundamental requirement in approaching the world by starting from human interests? Push the button. Everyone push the button. The standpoint and attitude of approaching the world starting from human interests contain two basic requirements. One is that defending man's independent rights and interests in all the activities, the socialism now button. Kami Jesus. Lainey, push the button harder. We're not living in socialism yet. Please push the button harder. One is that defending man's independent rights and interests in all the activities should be put forward as the supreme principle, and the other is that problems arising in cognition and practice should be subordinated to translating man's independent demand and interests into reality. 29. What does it mean that the development of the world is approached on the basis of human activities? It means approaching the world development from a viewpoint of positive activities of man who transforms the world purposefully and consciously.
They try to develop a gay bomb.
W gay bombs. Purposefully and consciously in accordance with his will and demand. The standpoint and attitude of approaching the world development on the basis of human activities are those of viewing the world in the light that the world can develop. Don't apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. The world can develop into the one for man only by his positive activities. The world can never be transformed to the benefits of man apart from his positive activities. The world transformation can only be possible by his positive activities. So man's positive activities are very fundamental in viewing the world development. Your negative activities are not going to develop the world. Negative ways of transforming the world will not develop the world further. Only positive activities will develop the world further, and only if you were doing it purposefully and consciously in accordance with your will. What is the basic requirement in seeing the world development on the basis of human activities? The standpoint and attitude of seeing the world development on the basis of human activities have two basic requirements. One is that training man to be a more powerful being should be regarded as the first process in all the activities to transform nature and society, and the other is that all the problems arising in cognition and practice should be solved in such a way as to enhance man's creative role. So now we're getting into ways that these different ideas support each other. Because we talked about in the last time how independence and creativity are two different ways that people engage with the world around them. Our independence allows us to perceive problems in the world around us, and our creativity allows us to come up with solutions. And so as we come up with the solutions, as we are coming up with solutions to the problems in our world around us, we are gaining more independence, and we should also, at the same time, while we are solving these problems, make it possible as a way to enhance our creative role, our ability to solve future problems. We should be developing the world to make it easier for people in general as further problems arise. 31. What does the Juche idea indicate in its socio-historical principle? The socio-historical principle of the Juche idea defines the essence of society, the driving force of history, the essential characteristics of the socio-historical movement, and the leader's position and role in the socio-historical movement. The socio-principle of the Juche idea defines the essence of society, the driving force of history, the essential characteristics of the socio-historical movement, and the leader's position and role in the historical. This is essentially what Larry was just talking about, I think. This is like specifically what Juche is looking at after giving us the intro of how man engages with the world. Heard. What is society and what does it consist of? The Juche idea has shed new light on the essence of society. Yes, yeah, the less social fetters, especially that restrict the masses, struggle to make the world serve them, enhances the ability of humanity to express their creativity, which of course speeds up development on all fronts, technological, social relations, etc., etc. Yes. Awesome. Thank you, Larry, for confirming. It's good to know that I'm on the right track here. What is society and what does it consist of? The Juche idea has shed new light on the essence of society. That's why USSR developed so much faster. The Juche idea has shed new light on the essence of society with man as the central figure, with people as the central figure. Society, in a word, is a community of people. It is a community in which people live with social wealth by forming social relationship. Society consists of gay people. Yes. Society is when gay people are together. A society can be defined as a gay bomb squad polycule. Society, too, is a realm of the world that exists objectively along with nature. But it is a special realm of the world that is different from nature. The fact that society is a community of people is its fundamental characteristic different from nature. Society consists of man, social wealth, and social relationship. So I'm assuming social wealth is meant to be like your reputation, and social relationship is like the individual relationships you have with different aspects of society, like your family, your neighbors, your co-workers, etc. Why is man a main component of society? Man is a main component of society. Society was formed along with human emergence. There had been only nature in the world before. No social wealth is like all our ideological and technological knowledge handed down through generations. So the development of, just the development of society itself is social wealth, and how it's passed on through each individual society. There had been only nature. It's the infrastructure, it's the medicine, it's the educational centers, it's all of that. There had been only nature in the world before the birth of man. The appearance of man added society to the world. All the social happenings that are distinct from natural ones are generated by man, and they are detailed expressions of human life and activities. Without man, society can neither exist nor develop. 34. What is social relationship and why is it an essential condition? Is it going to say what is social wealth? It is doing the thing where it answers my questions. Thank you for helping too, Larry. I'm very grateful that you're here. What is social relationship and why is it an essential condition for the existence and development of society? Social relationship is the way in which people are connected in social life. People are connected with each other in the form of social relationships starting from their demand for shaping their destiny. I love asking questions a segment or two before a text answers it. Yeah, and this one seems to do it a lot for me. This one seems to be predicting the way that I'm going to ask questions and answering them really, really well. Social relationship is the way people are connected in social life. People are connected with each other in a form of relationship starting from their demand for shaping their destiny. The connection between people is just social relationship. The reason why social relationship is an essential condition for the existence and development of society is that society, a community of people, can be formed and developed only in social relationship. Only when people live and work with social connection can they form society and develop it by displaying the might of community. You can't form a society. You can't form a society off by yourself, and you can't develop a society all on your own. A society comes from people forming social relationships with each other and developing the society with each other. Why is man the master of social wealth? Man is the master of social wealth because it is social wealth, but because social wealth created by man and serves him. Social wealth is created by man. As a matter of fact, he is restricted by the existing material and spiritual wealth. He can lead a material life as a social being when he has means of production and other material wealth. He can also enjoy an ideological and cultural life peculiar to social being when they possess social ideologies, science, and other spiritual assets. All this social wealth is made by man. Without man, no social wealth can be created. W. Larry. W. Larry. Larry said, let me get in ahead here and give you some foreshadowing. Why is man the master of social relationship? Man is the master of social relationship. It is because social relationship is established and developed by man. Man forges social relations on his own initiative and transforms them constantly for his existence and development. Of course, social relationship has a great effect on human life and activities. Man, however, does not simply adapt himself to social relationship, but transforms it to satisfy his demand. So you don't typically like adapt yourself to your social relationship. You will transform that relationship to satisfy your demand. Means that you're going to go out into your society. This is how I'm interpreting it right now. You're going to go out into your society, and you're looking to develop your society. You're looking to transform the world around you, and you're going to like say, let's just like say, form a project, and you've suddenly transformed a relationship with a group of people into a committee to to solve that project. Me when I mask. Yeah. Transform your social relationships with the world around you by being masked and operating in a form of community care. I think we're in the end of mask week, are we not? For example, we don't just stay satisfied as a peasant worker under a landlord or a worker under a capitalist. The masses will want to overcome that exploitation. They will transform their social relationship with the landlord, with the capitalist, and they will transform their own through a revolution. They will transform their own social relationship with the nation that they're a part of, and how they interact with each other there. Animals generally accept the various social roles. We transform them revolutionarily. Yeah, and this is how people are above animals in that sense, because we have the independence, consciousness, etc. That was established early on in this text. The autism way. Autistically or covidially? Both, actually. $37. Oh, we're doing pretty good. Which also implies we have a responsibility to care for nature. I agree. I agree, and that is, I think, a fundamental principle behind a lot of what I'm learning about Indigenous society. Is that I talk about my friend Chelsea a lot. My best friend Chelsea, she was the maid of honor in my wedding. My maid of honor came from Mississauga to be in my wedding, but we are on the phone quite often, and most of the time we're talking about like how communist ideas relate to indigenous ideas, etc., etc. Chelsea on the stream when we're talking about it. Chelsea's going to be on the stream eventually. She works a capitalist job she works essentially 2 capitalist jobs, and is always working. But we have a responsibility to take care of the land around us, because we're using the land to support our lives and livelihood, and so we have a responsibility to care for nature and to take just as good of a care of it as it is taking care of us. Essentially, it's like the way that Chelsea has been describing it to me. is that we have a duty to the land, to the animals, to the plants, to the space that we're living in. And it's one that makes sense, because like when you take care of the land takes care of you, of course. What is the driving force of history defined by the Juche idea? The issue of the driving force of history, don't forget the bugs. We talked about the bugs yesterday. The data centers are heating up the land and killing all the bugs, and that is going to destroy the ecology of the land and make it unsuitable for us to live there. We're destroying the land, and so we're not going to be able to live there. Yeah, we're bug pilled. We want the bugs just like we want the mycelia. Yes. We want the bugs, we want the mycelium, the mycelium. We want the mycelia, we want the bacteria, the healthy biotics of the soil. Yes. Hello, mycelium. We're going to keep mycelium alive. It is important to the independence and creativity of man that mycelium is thriving. What is the driving force of history defined by the Juche idea? The issue of the driving force of history is the question of the performer who starts and pushes socio-historical movement purposefully and consciously. The Juche idea has defined that the driving force of history is the popular masses. The driving force of history is the popular masses, giving a scientific solution to who the driving force of the socio-historical movement is. That the popular masses are the main agent of history means that they are at the center of history, and the social movement is conducted by them. In other words, they are the performers of the socio-historical movement. It is the people who develop society. We are the ones who are engaging with and creatively transforming the world around us to make the world better for us. This made me think immediately. This made me think of Hegel's big dialecticals, Hegel corner that they had with us a couple weeks ago, talking about the master-servant dialectic. Due to the fact that the master uses the servant to creatively transform the world for their betterment, the master doesn't have the tools or the knowledge to do that for themselves, and the servant is able to learn and develop their own tools to then overthrow the master and become their own master, because they see the master as a future problem. They see the master as a problem that needs to be solved, and because the master is using them, they are developing the knowledge and tools to overthrow the master. That is what I'm getting here. The people are the only ones who can actually learn and develop the world, because it is the people who are the ones who are doing that for the betterment of society. If you whittle it down to one capitalist, they are not going to be able to promote socio-historical movement because they're not the ones who are doing it. The capitalist is using people to do it. They're using people to develop technology and infrastructure, etc., but they're not doing it. The workers are doing it. What are the popular masses? The popular masses are a social group formed with the working people as the core on the basis of the commonness of demand for independence and creative activities. A main component of the popular masses is the working people. They are the classes and strata that substantially contribute to the social development through creative activities. In this sense, the popular masses are called the working people. The class composition of the popular masses does not remain unchanged, but changes in the process of socio-historical development. The main criterion for determining whether he or she is a member of this being maybe potentially the first sort of gender-neutral language, it just made it stand out to me. Because because we talked, she mentioned, finally, his or her. This paragraph has solved sexism. It's just because we talked about man being mentioned a whole lot earlier, it just made it stand out to me. The main criterion for determining whether he or she is a member of the popular masses is not his or her social and class background, but his or her ideology. The ideological basis that integrates people from all walks of life into the popular masses is socialist ideology, and the idea of loving the country, the nation, and the people. Yes, because man in this text means humanity. It's because DPRK uses UK style. We had a discussion about that when we were first reading, when we started reading the document, was that it kept saying man in singular form, and so I just like clearly talked about how it's very likely talking about the use of the word man to mean humanity, in the sense that most people would colloquially use it. This document is translated into English. The origin of the word man in English is long and originally gender neutral. Yes, in Old English. No, I did not. I was not ever under the actual impression that the word man was being used to specifically mean men. We were just talking about it as like a side structure, or as like a side thing. The if you are the main criterion for determining whether you are a member of the popular masses is not where you come from, but whether or not you are a socialist. Which this is true. You can be a socialist member of the petty bourgeois. Engels was petty bourgeois. So your background doesn't determine whether or not you are for the masses of people. I do get why some people have that association with the term man, though. W. She's, though. Yeah, I do understand why some people have that association. We did talk about how I think it is useful to mention in when you are reading texts like this that the use of the word is probably restore my other you. Restore my W. I deserve two U's. I think it is important to mention that if you are going to talk about, in Korean it is not gendered terminology, and I would love to do a reading on language, because we talked about how the German translation into English also of like Marx and Engels text is probably important to understand who's doing the translating and the choices for translations that they're making. But in Korean, Larry says in Korean it is not a gendered terminology, and I trust that. Some people really do say it to be critical of them, and when I very first read some of these things, I had bad association with man, but as Larry says, it's not meant to be gendered. And we have to separate our Western perspective of gender from essentially every application that it's used as, right? The history of the term in English was interesting because of how it changed. I agree. I think it's interesting how language develops, of course. It's fun to learn different languages and see which ones have gendered rules. And our understanding of like the gendered version, like the gendered romantic languages, like our understanding of the words having a gender is not correct, right? Like we have applied, like we have suddenly given language this concept of gender, but it's not what that, like these words don't have a gender, right? It's just the effect of language development. Yes, absolutely. No, I believe we call those romantic languages. Burger gender. Mm-hmm. And that's why you are being exiled to the Burger Reich. Smash. Burgers only. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. It's like the concept of these words having gender is incorrect in the first place. That's like our way of trying to understand the romantic languages having these grammar rules, but they are essentially just grammar rules, and we are applying our concept of gender to it. '39. Why are the popular masses the makers of history? Wait, no, I take it back. Smash is not burger gender. I think most European languages have gender, even German does. I think it's just English. Yeah, the romantic languages have these grammar rules. This like extension of grammar rules. Why are the popular masses the makers of history? The popular masses are the makers of history because all the socio-historical movements are started and carried out by them. It is them who advocate social development and push it in any era, motivated by their intrinsic need to live as the master of the world and their destiny free from all sorts of subjugation and restrictions. They start the socio-historical movement to put independence into reality in all fields of social life, as they have inexhaustible creative strength, wisdom, talents, and a rich wealth of experience. They can push ahead with the socio-historical movement. I'm going to read to 50, because we're at 40. I'm going to read to 50, and then we're going to put another bookmark in because it's a clean bookmark. So I'm going to read 40 to 49, and we'll pick up next week on 50. And then after this, we're going to go to the Susie Kim video on dispelling myths in the DPRK. I'm fries or salad gender. We just need a soda gender, and we can make a combo meal. German is a Germanic language, not romantic. Oh, you're correct, yes. That is correct. I like the gender fries. I didn't think about soda gender. Definitely Dr. Pepper gender. I'm probably a, let's say, my gender as a Californian is animal style fries and Pepsi. Romantic languages would be Spanish, French, Italian. Correct. Yes, that was my mistake. Soda gender, great combo. Yeah, I am animal style fries and Pepsi. That's mine. Everyone put your soda and side gender in the comments, please. Soda and fast food sides. The independent driving force of history is the popular masses who carve out... Oh no, sorry, I skipped a whole paragraph. What is the independent driving force of history explained by the Juche idea? If the popular masses are to take a position and play a role as the main agent of history, they should be an independent driving force of history. The independent driving force of history is the popular masses who carve out their destiny independently and creatively. I love how often, I have to say, the number one tool when it comes to, and I was thinking this, I talked about this when I was doing my panel with Ray Philosophy on TikTok talking about state and revolution last Saturday. But in the first two chapters, Lenin says that smashing the state is referring to smashing of the bourgeois state and the subordination of the bourgeois to the proletariat state. He says that over and over and over again in the first two chapters. Like every paragraph finishes with, and by the way, don't forget, we're smashing the bourgeois state. We're not smashing the proletariat state. That will wither away and is already withering away once it gets put into place. When I say smash the state, I'm talking about the capitalist state. Repetition is the number one tool in education. And so they keep referring back to independence and creativity and etc. because they're trying to instill this knowledge into you. It's an educational tool, right? So the independent driving force of history is the popular masses who carve out their destiny independently and creatively. Independence, again, is the ability to look at the world, look at the problems around the world, and the ability to want to solve those problems and create. Creativity is our ability to engage with the world and solve those problems. The driving force of history and independent driving force of history have similarity in that both are the creators of history and performers of historical development, but they are distinguished from each other with regard to whether they shape their destiny independently and creatively or not. The popular masses, the main agent of history, develop uninterruptedly along with socio-historical development and become the independent driving force of history in a certain stage of socio-historical development. So the popular masses, again, as we discussed earlier, are the people who are looking at in this situation, in Juche ideology, are people who are looking at the world and their independence around them and the restriction of their independence and deciding that they want to take independence and creativity into their own hands and react to that so that they can have independence in their lives and the ability to transform the world for the betterment of people. So this is the popular masses, main agent of history, develop uninterruptedly along with the socio-historical development, and become the independent driving force of history in a certain stage of socio-historical development. That stage is the realization that they have their independence restricted and the realization that they want their independence. Alright, what's everyone's genders? I'm clearly a mushroom. My celemum is clearly a mushroom. I had mushroom tempura we had tempura at home, and I asked my husband to make me tofu tempura and mushroom tempura. And I had kamini mushroom tempura, and it was really yum. Onion rings and Mexican cola. Leaping Larry taking a risk with Mexican, not the Coca colonization. Larry taking a risk there. Or churros. I love churros. Coke Zero and waffle fries. We're allowed to be distracted, Garnet Grell. I will accept no more apologies for distracting me from anyone in chat. Stop apologizing for talking to me. You're here to talk to me. I am also hungry. Smash. Spicy potato taco and curly fries. Tits out for Tankies, that neither of those are a soda. One of those has to be a soda. I forgot mushrooms can have like a million genders. True. Smash. Sweet potato fries and cherry Dr. Pepper, delicious. I love sweet potato fries. And two different sort of... Tits out for Tanky's gender is going to 2 different fast food restaurants and getting 2 different sides and no soda. What is an important condition for the popular masses to evolve into the independent driving force of history? You should get Mexican food. I live in Sonoma County in California, and I tell my husband all the time, who is from South San Francisco, that he moved out of the Philippines and into Mexico. We are spoiled in my town for good Mexican food. There's articles written about the town that I'm in for having like such a high concentration of Mexican restaurants and Mexican food trucks. But I can eat Mexican food all day, every day. And my husband frequently asks for something besides Mexican food because I choose Mexican food more often than not. What is an important condition for the popular masses to evolve into an independent... Oh, is there an ad? I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm on a different page. We're paused now. I forgot that there was an ad. I have it set for my chatbot to like post, and I've double checked a couple times. My chatbot is supposed to say like there's an ad coming in 5 minutes, and that's supposed to be my reminder, because otherwise I have to like look at the time that I've been live and just sort of guess. I apologize for everyone who has been watching ads for 3 minutes. Here, I know what I'll do. I'll spoil everyone with once the ad is done. I'm sorry that everyone had to watch ads. I forgot that the ads were coming up. And so I'm going to take a break and let this reward play really quick.
But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years. The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor they have taken out of these countries. These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
There you go. That was my my way of apologizing for not taking a break during the ad, like I normally do. Sorry, comrades. I normally try to take a break. If there's an ad and I haven't said anything, yes, like the wine. Sonoma County is known for I like to say for fermenting things. Sorry, I just took a break. We're known for wine, we're known for beer, we're known for cheese, but we also, little less thing that we're known for is we're known for growing food. We grow like something like 40 to 50% of the food that the country eats. So I'm at like the northern end of like Central Valley, which is the green, lush, fertile part of California. And we grow like 40 to 50% of the food for the entire country here. And that is meat, produce, dairy, like all kinds of it. But we're known for our glamorous, like rich, like aesthetics, right? Like we're known for the wineries, we're known for the wine tasting, we're known for having the like more local microbreweries than concentrated than anywhere else in the world. And so people come here for the wine tasting and the beer tasting and the beer fests, etc. But that's all like they're promoting the capitalist, like the pro-capitalist glamorous aspects of it, and what you don't see is, because it's agriculture, you don't see the farm workers and how the farm workers are all immigrants, and they're all cheap. It's all cheap labor that's being exploited. And so when you look on TV, it looks like it's just like a bunch of white people drinking wine, but you don't see the people who are working to make it. Yeah, I'm talking about Northern California. Low-key, I thought Sonoma was a fake place like Kirkland. Kirkland. Not Costco. No, it's just like it looks like visually we look like a bunch of wineries, and you don't see the farms that the food that we're growing here. I guess we're also kind of known because it's California, so we're also kind of known for we're getting known for weed now. There's a lot of like grow ops that are starting up here. So I watched a video recently that was like, is the name of my hometown. A place where everyone wants to start a dispensary was like the tagline for it. And true, we do have a lot more dispensaries, but a place where everything is massive and cheap. Yeah, you can come do wine tastings and have your wedding here, and have like a really glamorous like stay. We get like a lot of tourists. I feel like for like wine tasting events, etc. What is an important condition for the popular masses? Kirkland is real? I'm gonna let that conversation play out. The emergence of progressive working class is an important condition for the popular masses to evolve into the independent driving force of history. The working class is a class that has put forward a high demand of providing complete independence for the popular masses and has a strong revolutionary ability to translate it into reality. Its demand is to lead an independent and creative life free from all sorts of subordination and restrictions, and its historic mission is to provide complete independence for not only workers, but all other members of society. The popular masses. The working class is endowed with a high sense of collectivism and is strong in respect of unity, sense of organization, and revolutionary character. So the popular masses could emerge as the independent driving forces of history since the working class appeared in history. And I would say that's true even in America. The working class is endowed with a high sense of collectivism and a strong sense of unity. I would say that maybe our class consciousness isn't very good, but I do think that we have a tendency to think of like like the little guy as like a unified group. Does that make sense? We don't have the sense and idea and understanding that it is the capitalists who are our enemy, and instead we focus on different forms of fractured community, like our identity. Uh, we focus on targeting other identities for like the reason why some of us are living in more precarious situations than other people. But I do think typically we think of like workers or like quote unquote the little guy, like I said, as having like a shared sense of unity, and we just need to develop our class consciousness and understanding of who the real enemy is. It's not each other. It's not these fake identities that the bourgeois capitalists have created to further force us into precarity. It is the capitalists who are doing that to us. Sense of organization and revolutionary character. So the popular masses could emerge as the independent driving force of history since the working class appeared in history. It's in Washington. Dispensaries seem easy to run, but it's actually a lot of product to keep. Good. So Chelsea, the famous Chelsea, who we've spoken about many times, runs slash works in 2 state-owned dispensaries in Canada. Do the farmers, landowners, have a cry about how hard it is to be a massive landlord there too? Yes. So this is something that I talk about, that I feel like I can talk about from personal experience, from living near and around farmers for a long time. Farmers and farm workers are 2 different groups of people, and the farmers are rich oftentimes. The farmers are rich, rich, rich. They look like they are not very rich, but that is just an aesthetic choice. And it is the farm workers who are poor, living in precarity, living with scarcity, and having to sacrifice like essentially extra time to do more labor in order to survive because they aren't being paid enough to survive. They're also oftentimes undocumented immigrants, and so they're being paid even less than like a standard worker. And the capitalists prey on that purposefully. I think that was in regards to what I sense about fracturing us into further groups and pushing us into further precarity. Trump pretends to be one of us, etc. Yeah. And the fact that people think of him as like a, like, what's the word, like an independent entrepreneur, like it just, who just randomly has $1 million to start up with, you know? A capitalist does, not a worker. They LARP as workers here too. Yeah. Yes, they LARP as workers. Or my stepdad is a fisherman. My stepdad is a crab fisherman. My stepdad owns 2 boats and is the boss of people who work on 2 separate fishing boats here in the Bay Area. Our crab is, we fish Dungeness crab. Dungeness crab is local to my area. He is like a petty bourgeois style, but like very precarious. Like he's not in precarity the same way that his workers are. He is essentially a capitalist. He owns the boats, he owns the fishing tools, and also like, since my mom has like been with him, she has been fairly well taken care of. She has not lived in precarity since she has been with my stepdad. But he very much thinks of himself, even though he has access to a lot of money. His living situation is not like a question. He doesn't question when he's going to eat. He doesn't question if he's going to be able to have a home. These are not questions that he has to ask himself. But he definitely figures himself a worker. And he does work alongside and work very hard with his laborers, but he is not in the same situation of precarity that they are in. What is an essential guarantee for the popular masses to evolve into the independent driving force of history? The popular masses should be integrated into a whole with the Revolutionary Army as the core and mainstay. This is an essential guarantee for them to evolve into the independent driving force of history. Their struggle to advance history and carve out their destiny is a process of standing face to face with hostile forces, including the reactionary rulers, in a fierce face-off between the revolutionary and the counter-revolutionary armed forces. That is why a revolutionary party and people must have the revolutionary armed forces that can destroy the counter-revolutionary violence. Only when the popular masses unite with the revolutionary armed forces can they keep their existence, overthrow the outdated state and social system that rely on the counter-revolutionary force, establish an advanced state and social system, and defend it firmly. After all, when they are united as one with revolutionary army as the core of the popular masses can take the position and play a role as the independent driving force of history. So a revolutionary army is necessary to defeat the revolutionary forces, to defeat the reactionary forces, a revolutionary army is required to protect the popular masses from the bourgeois forces, from the counter-revolutionary forces, and only with the revolutionary army established there to protect the popular masses can the popular masses play a role as an independent driving force of history. Welcome, Signal Red Zach. My grandparents are cattle ranchers and they never act like it's hard because they actually work their own land. My stepdad works very hard, but is in a like just essentially a safer position than his employees are. Most they will do is drive around a $5 million tractor, while the backpackers, they pay $2 a day to do all the labor. Yep. What is the key factor for the popular masses to be the independent driving force of history? The key factor for the popular masses to be the independent driving force of history is the leadership of a prominent leader and a revolutionary party. The popular masses are the maker of history, but only when they are led correctly can they hold the position and play a role as the main agent of the historical development. How the popular masses are awakened in a revolutionary way and united in the organized force, and how they can take their responsibility and fulfill their mission depend on whether they are led properly or not. Only under correct leadership of a party and leader can they be the independent driving force of history who shapes the history and their destiny independently and creatively. So the people can be directed to solve different problems more effectively with the proper guidance of a party and the proper guidance of a leader, and these will obviously be, workers' party and like a leader with the support of the collective. So it's not like this. You're not supposed to understand this with the bourgeois sense of leader. Like, this isn't a electorally chosen president. This is going to be a leader of the people, a leader selected by the people, not a leader selected by like representatives, essentially. So a leader of the people will only have the goals of the people in mind. 44. What is the essential characteristic of the socio-historical movement explained by the Juche idea? The Juche idea has defined the principle that the popular masses are the main agent of social history. On the basis of this, it has delineated the principle that the socio-historical movement is the independent, creative, and conscious movement of the popular masses. This is the essential characteristic of the socio-historical movement defined by the Juche idea. The socio-historical movement is the independent, creative, and conscious movement of the popular masses. So only when it is the will of the people is essentially what this says. Only when the people want it as a collective. You can't have individuals can't develop history further. It has to be with the will of the people and with the actual conscious, creative, independent movement of the people. What does it mean that the socio-historical movement is the independent movement of the popular masses? It means that the socio-historical movement is a movement the popular masses launch by themselves to defend independence and put it into reality. In other words, it is the movement of the popular masses to free themselves from all sorts of subordination and restrictions and live and develop independently as the master of the world and their destiny. So the socio-historical movement is the independent movement of the popular masses. This is the revolution. This is the choice. This is the choice by the people to defend their independence and make their independence real. Why is the socio-historical movement called the independent movement of the popular masses? The reason why the socio-historical movement is the independent movement of the popular masses is that they are the independent beings for whom independence is the nature. The popular masses want to live independently, free from all sorts of subjugation and restrictions. Independence is the life and soul for them, and defending it is their vital right not to be deprived of. So they do not tolerate their independence to be infringed upon or restrained, but fight ceaselessly in all spheres of social development to defend it and translate it into practice. Why is human history called the history of the struggle of popular masses for independence? So this is getting into like historical materialism. Human history is the history of the popular masses' struggle for independence. The popular masses have struggled consistently throughout human history to free themselves from social subjugation and natural restrictions. The socio-historical movement of the popular masses is conducted in various forms of different historic periods, and its contents vary. Though the socio-historical movement has been conducted in various and complicated forms, and it has been a process with a great many events of different characters, all this is intended to defend independence of the popular masses and translate it into reality. The popular masses have constantly struggled throughout human history to free themselves from social subjugation and natural restrictions. And so the popular masses and the working people are constantly struggling against different forms of rulers, essentially, throughout history. And that is what human history is our struggle against the subjugation of our independence and the subjugation of our creativity. It's the struggle against that subjugation that defines history. This is dialectical and historical materialism. History develops as contradicting forces meet each other, and the eventual conclusion of that is the development of history. This is specifically talking about how human history is the history of the popular masses struggling for independence. That is what the clarification here is human history is specifically about the popular masses' struggle for independence. In what form is the independent movement of the popular masses conducted? As the movement of the popular masses is a struggle to provide them with conditions for leading an independent life, it is launched in the three sectors of human activities, transformations of society, nature, and man. Their struggle should be carried out in an all-round way in all realms of society, nature, and human transformations. For me, I find Juche's socio-historical analysis to be an important advance of historical understanding that goes beyond historical materialism, even. In the sense that it is more specific to the development of understanding the conditions that cause people to seek independence. I'm trying to use the language of the text that I'm leaking, as opposed to the understanding that people will seek independence, but it goes specifically into the cause and nature of why they seek independence. I'm going to read what is the struggle to transform society, and then we will talk about where we're at, and then we will continue reading in On Korea Part 3 next Saturday. What is the struggle to transform society? The struggle for society transformation is a striving of the popular masses to provide themselves with social and political conditions for leading an independent life, free from class and national subjugation. If they are to live and develop independently, they must overthrow the outdated social system which rides roughshod over independence. Only when they replace the old social system with the one that provides them with independence can they become the master of society and their destiny and live independently. Only when you smash the bourgeois system and replace it with a system run for and by the people can you become the master of society and decide the direction of society, and then be in control of your destiny and live independently, identify the problems in the world, and come up with creative solutions to those problems. That is only when you replace the old system, which depends on the exploitation of your labor and is only focused on private profit for a few individuals who own everything. Historical materialism seeks the development of human history in what is common with natural historical development, which is vital and was a great step forward as society exists and is part of nature. Juche examines those laws of social development which are unique to those of the development of nature and material. The historical materialism is mostly just like the recognition of historical development alongside nature, and Juche examines social development unique to the development of nature and the material conditions of people and where they are in society right now. And how they interact with each other and transform society to and develop independence and creativity. So we have read now nearly 50. We read to 49. We're going to leave 50 because it's an even number and it's easy for me to remember for next time. 33. Expedition 33 smash. But the more that I am reading on the Juche idea, the more that I am understanding that it is an ideology that is focused on the betterment of society for the people. It's very informative reading. Yes, Larry, thank you for helping with a lot of insight, and Lainey as well provided some insight. When you smash the bourgeois social system, can you unlock your true potential as the spin jitsu master of the element of humanity? Even Marx and Engels understood you couldn't mechanically use dialectical materialism to analyze history, which is why they had to theorize special rules to overcome certain limitations of mechanical interpretation. Like, dialectical materialism implies humanity as a reflection of their material conditions, but they aren't a perfect reflection and can have positive or negative influence on society. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And Juche specifically talks about the positive interaction with nature and positive development of society. Juche discovers why this was the case by discovering those social laws unique from the material ones. I'm excited to learn more about that. I want to say it again, but what I appreciate, because negative reactions are caused by bourgeois influence. Yes, and you can't develop society with the negative. You can only slow down development of independence and creativity. Again, I just want to say what I appreciate about this text is that how often it answers my questions. The question and answer format of writing is, I think, my favorite format. I appreciate it in the principles of communism. I appreciate it here. It is really accessible. It is really easy to understand. There are a couple, obviously, limitations to my understanding, and I'm grateful for the help that I've had here. But I think that it's doing a great job giving us the principles of everything in advance. And then as we have a better understanding of the different language and terms and concepts, putting them together to weave an ideology together. It's doing a really great job of doing that. I'm going to get the next segment up, which is Dispelling Myths. And if you have any final thoughts on where we're at currently in Juche Idea, answered 100 questions. Hydrate, thank you. To hydrate. Now is your chance to get the final thoughts on up to section 50. Juche idea, answered 100 questions. This is Susie Kim. It says Rutgers University here. So earlier when I was just not confident, I should have just been confident on that. But this is Dispelling Myths about North Korea. And Susie Kim is a professor from Rutgers University who has written the book Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950, which is talking about how it wasn't just, the revolution wasn't just like a series of battles. It wasn't a series of military engagements, but it was a dramatic transformation to how you lived your everyday life, what you did when you woke up in the morning, what you were doing when you left your house, and what you were doing throughout the week. So after watching this video, which is 26 minutes, we'll pause it and talk about it, etc. We're going to get into reading Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution. Um, Complain Laney says, I love the parts about transforming nature. I know what's coming up more, but we can't deny that we both affect and are affected by nature. Final thoughts on that reading. I loved it. Excellent final thoughts, my Solomon. No, you're okay. Welcome back. Yes, I agree. I think as Larry mentioned earlier, the implication that we have a duty to take care of the nature, of nature as well, because we use nature to better our lives, is important to understand. And the capitalist system, the bourgeois system, is doing its very best to use every aspect of nature for their profit, and that mass exploitation, that mass destruction of territory land, the mass extraction of resources is destroying the land, and we can't live if we destroy the land completely and totally. So it's important to remember that we have to take care of the land that we're living on, because if we don't take care of the land, we're not going to be able to live. I am also at this time going to take a break while this is at the beginning of this, but my head will pop back into the corner here in just a second. Yes.
Hi, my name is Susie Kim. I'm a professor of Korean history at Rutgers University. In the next 20 minutes or so, I'll be sharing with you some of the examples and tools I've used in my classes to teach students how better to learn about North Korea. I start by showing you some examples of common myths and mainstream media representations of the country, and then move on to two particularly useful examples that illustrate how news stories and images can be taken out of context and used in distorted ways. So as you know, for much of the Cold War, North Korea was under the Soviet nuclear umbrella and didn't make headlines in the news. With the fall of the Soviet Union, however, North Korea began looking for ways to develop its own nuclear deterrent, and by 1993, the first nuclear crisis began the cycle of crises that has continued down to the present day. Since then, the most prevalent conception of North Korea is that it is a failed rogue state, with an irrational, unpredictable leader starving his own people who are brainwashed with no freedoms. And basically what I'll be trying to do in the next 20 minutes is to complicate some of these myths by historicizing it and putting it into a larger global context. So this is, the first myth is about the unpredictable, irrational leader. And oftentimes what you'll see the most in media are these giant, larger-than-life statues of the leaders, the kind of cult of personality around the leadership as a way to demonstrate the irrationality surrounding this worshiping of the leader. And in many ways, beyond the images that come out of North Korea itself, popular culture can be also a very useful way to understand how North Korea is often represented outside of North Korea. And a particularly useful example recently was this one. The Interview was a film that was released by Sony Pictures in December of 2014. And while it was just a comedy and not all that original in portraying North Korea as the evil other, the film ended up causing a firestorm when it depicted the North Koreans.
I have to come here and say boo to the Interview. I'm back. I had a break. I'm looking for. Here we go. Can I zoom in on this? Will it let me? No, it changes the size of the video. Throw a tomato and we'll pretend that it's hitting Seth Rogen and James Franco. Chat, if you have a sub, throw a tomato. And we'll just say that it's hitting them. I talk about this to my husband probably like once every month or so. I'm not kidding. I talk to my husband about the interview frequently. I cannot believe that this was like allowed. Well, I can obviously. It's great anti-DPRK propaganda because it's a comedy and people love Seth Rogen and they love James Franco. But the like when I say can't believe, it's a rhetorical version of this. It's like I can't believe that this was allowed to be produced and released. It's an interview with the dictator. It's a fictional interview with the dictator of North Korea, where the people doing the interview are played by Seth Rogen and James Franco. It was produced by them and whatever their media company is, and it was a big deal that it was going to come out, and it was like canceled and then released somewhere else and then etc. But like, it shouldn't. There's a game you can add to stream for throwing tomatoes and shit. I think I saw that, but it was like after I had installed this or like set this up. But I think this works pretty well for what I wanted for it. So maybe one day, but this is good. I think this will be fun. This is fine for now. Comedy movie where they interview Kim Jong-un and make a plan to kill him. Yeah.
And leader being blown up. The subtext being that what else can you do with the crazy leader who starves his own people? And the corollary oftentimes to this idea that North Korea is ruled by an insane leader is that the crazy leader is able to maintain the kind of power that he does because North Korean people are brainwashed. And in order to demonstrate that, oftentimes the media shows images like this one. This one is of the mass games, what they call the mass games. The mass games is most well known in North Korea today, but there are multiple examples of these kinds of giant gymnastic displays. The Olympic opening ceremony, for example, oftentimes has these types of games where hundreds, if not thousands, of people are mobilized to conduct various sporting events or gymnastics. But in the North Korean case, what they also end up inserting is this. If you look at the insert, or the kind of the blown up image there, is that the entire back wall of the mosaic is actually done by children holding up colored paperboards, basically to create the image that you see. And so you can imagine how much effort goes into doing that sort of thing, and people assume that or people outside of North Korea assume that North Korean people must be brainwashed in order to do these sorts.
But people will show up with their kids to a sporting event, just like a casual sporting event, with all of their faces painted in specific strategic colors to do the same thing. Here in Western societies, we do the exact same thing. There's like people online now who are like organizing in advance at concerts. You can like seek them out and become part of, like, if you happen to be seated in a section, you can become part of this group's efforts to do like a thing at concerts now where they all like have the same colored lights, etc., etc. But apparently if you organize this in the DPRK, you're brainwashed. Americans will turn around and force school children to pledge their allegiance to the flag. I was one of those kids who, growing up, well, like, I had like a, again, very reactionary response when I was young. I was also in high school. But I was frequently sent every year, a handful of times at the beginning of the year. I would get sent to the principal's office because I was doing this protest thing where I was like, I don't have all my rights as a gay kid, and until all gay people can get married, I refuse to pledge the allegiance. And so that was my perspective on it. And I was sent to the principal's office by teachers who were pissed off by me deciding not to stand up to pledge allegiance to the flag until the principal eventually would say, like, you can't just stop sending him up to the office. Like, I can't do anything about this anyways. There's no punishment that I can wield against him. You could just have to. You're just stopping class over this at this point. You must stop. I didn't even feel weird about the pledge / standing for the national anthem until high school, and I didn't stop doing it until senior year. I also didn't start my protest until I came out in high school. I went to a Presbyterian elementary school, and we also pledged to the Christian flag. Oh, wait, dude, what's the pledge? What's the Christian flag? I don't think I was aware that Christians had a flag. They required you to stand for the pledge. Yes, so the Pledge of Allegiance is you swear an oath of fealty to the flag, to a symbol of America. This is such American brainwash. When I learned other countries don't do that, I was like, wait, it's so incredibly normal that it wasn't until I started questioning it, like we said, that you start realizing it. Texas has their own additional pledge. Oh. that makes sense for Texas. So I imagine if you were going to a Presbyterian elementary school in Texas, you say 3. You have a list. It's now pledge hour. We're gonna go through all of our pledges. To serve God and my country at all times is in the National American Girl Scouts. I thought was weird. I mean, we do pledge to God, or under God, I guess, we swear against God when we pledge our fealty to the flag.
Of things. And another prevalent image is this image of North Korean soldiers marching. But of course, soldiers marching is not necessarily unique to North Korea either, because as this example shows, oftentimes, whether it's a national holiday or Memorial Day or in honor of veterans of various wars, there will be soldiers marching for various events, this one particular being from the United States. So what I'd like to emphasize is that North Korea is rarely examined in this way, sort of in comparative context with other countries. And what I'll do in the next couple of examples is to illustrate some of the common methods of analysis and interpretation that we can use as a way to dispel some of the conventional myths about North Korea. So the first example is a news story that broke in 2012 that made North Korea again the butt of many jokes and a laughingstock for
I was going to pause it just to say, we're going to learn some tools that we can use to just dispel some of these myths. That's actually really excellent. I thought we were going to go over myths and dispel them, but having some tools available for us to use is going to be really useful. And then it cut to the next slide and said unicorn layer discovered in North Korea, and I started laughing before I could pause it and say anything.
seeming delusional and crazy with outlandish claims. The Guardian was just one among many news outlets that circulated the story about how North Korea discovered a unicorn lair. The story was actually based on a press release by North Korea's own central news agency, and here is an excerpt from that original published in English, upon which some of these other news was based. So there are North Korean news websites with their own perspective, and yet, and these are very readily available online, and yet these are rarely consulted to learn more about North Korea. So what this example does is what you can do with this particular example is to use it to teach students about the importance of checking multiple sources. And as a class exercise, you can circulate this press release as a primary document to see if students can tease out clues on how better to understand the Guardian story. .
So this is a tool to use in a classroom when talking about, I guess, misinformation and disinformation, but to look at for multiple sources is key. I remember one time in a comment section in Madeline's TikTok comment section, there was someone who said that Kim Jong Un fed his uncle to a pit of 120 starving dogs. This is an absurd number of dogs to be starving in a pit together and not like attacking each other, right? So I looked it up, and there's a bunch of news stories that had reported this. Kim Jong Un fed his uncle to a pit of starving dogs, a very specific number of dogs, and it's an absurd number of dogs to be starving in a pit. One vicious starving dog would be enough to do this job, essentially, right? But also the fact that it's like a James Bond pit full of it's like a piranha pool, right? That's like just something ludicrous. But also, if you just scroll just like a little bit, the original like article comes up, or one of the original articles comes up, and it says that there's a satire artist who portrayed Kim Jong Un featuring or feeding his uncle. It's like a satire. It was like a comedy skit, an anti-DPRK comedy skit making fun of the DPRK, and then it got reported on as real. It got reported on as something that had actually happened. Everyone knows pigs would be better. And Smash Ultra's emoji is essentially how I feel as well. And Lainey's not wrong. We all know pigs would be better. We have all wanted to throw our uncle into a pit full of starving dogs at one point, right?
That's why I support revolutions. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Thank you, Brooklyn Rob, for the follow. Welcome to the Gay Bomb Squad. Gay Bombs for the follow. We've all wanted it. Mine was my father. That's the joke I wanted to make. Anyways.
Once the students have had a chance to read the story on their own, that is the North Korean original story, or work in groups to come up with clues about how to interpret this whole discovery of the unicorn lair, you can have a discussion about how better to understand the story in a way that makes sense without making North Korea seem like it's a crazy place. So here I've underlined some of the important points that could have led any careful reader of the original North Korean article to conclude that largely what the story is trying to do is to say that archaeologists discovered an ancient site with words referring to unicorn lair carved in the rocks, which are based on ancient texts that associated the legend of King Dongmyeong with Pyongyang as the ancient capital of the Goguryeo Kingdom, which is dated to more than 20 or 2,000 years ago. So if you look at the underlying pieces and sort of focus on those points, what the piece of news about what this reveals is that the news is really about an archaeological discovery that gave Pyongyang legitimacy as the ancient capital of Korea, rather than Seoul in South Korea. In other words, sort of North Korea trying to demonstrate that it has a greater historical legitimacy than its rival in the South. You can go a step further to question how the article might have been written in the original Korean. That is to say, what was the Korean word for unicorn? The word used in Korean was kirin, or giraffe, or what in present day Korean is understood to be the giraffe. That particular word in Korean is a derivative of the Chinese word chilin. And chilin was a mythical animal described as a maned creature with the torso of a deer, as you see here, a tail of an ox, and the hooves of a horse. The kirin in Korean art is often depicted as more deer-like. It was regarded as one of the four divine creatures, along with the dragon, the phoenix, and the turtle. This particular figure was extensively used in Korean royal and Buddhist arts, which is not surprising then that you find a carving about a reference to this in this archaeological discovery in North Korea.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like in the DPRK, at an archaeological site, they found a figurine or a carving or sculpture of a kirin or chilin, which is a creature that has significant like mythology origins to the region. And then we reported on it as they thought they discovered a unicorn. When they were simply saying, hey, here is historical proof that this region was significant to the Korean people before imperialism. Of course, as one does. We can't unless we can sell tickets to it as a tourist site and photo opportunities, then it's just them thinking that they discovered a unicorn.
The name of the mythical creature then may have been applied to a real giraffe when one was introduced to China in 1414 by a Bengali envoy who gave the giraffe as a tribute to the emperor of Ming China at the time. And this example that you see here is a commissioned painting by the emperor, painted by Shendu, who's painting this giraffe that was brought to China. And since the giraffe is not native to China, you could
I was thinking in my head, it looks like what if a child imagining themselves as having a pet giraffe, and then it was said that like it was a commissioned painting.
imagine that people were quite sort of they thought it was a novelty to see this new creature, and they might have associated the name of this mythical creature to this giraffe. Others have hypothesized that the Arabian oryx, a desert antelope, may have sparked the legend of the kirin in East Asia. So the lesson here is simple. It is that the importance of language and historical context really makes a huge difference in understanding a particular story, and the need to account for mistranslations and cross-cultural misunderstandings whenever we are dealing with a society other than our own, and how easy it is to label the unfamiliar as crazy and insane without considering how better to understand it. The next example comes from an image that has been widely circulated since it was first introduced in the U.S. Department of Defense briefing on North Korea in the early 2000s. Since then, this image, which you might have already seen, has been widely used to imply that North Korea is not only poor, but it's a failed rogue state on the brink of collapse. But important to, again, question is, how is an image like this created?
Are we all familiar with this image? Does everyone know? Everyone knows what we're talking about here, right?
Well, NASA, the image has been captured by satellites from NASA, and it's captured in a nighttime view of the Korean Peninsula. But if you look at the explanation from NASA about how this image is captured, it basically talks about the need to adjust for not only daylight, but city lights, gas flares, wildfires, or reflected moonlight. In other words, other kinds of light that can get in the way of capturing this needs to be filtered out. And what's helpful about looking at this particular image is that you see the part marked with the box. And with the kind of light that it has there, you might assume, compared to other places like Japan or South Korea or China, that it's another landmass. But it's actually not a landmass. It's actually lights from fishing boats in the Yellow Sea. And so if you don't account for that, then you can see how you can expect that the image could be very well distorted. So what I do then, after I explain to the students about how these images are created, I show students this image. And I ask them, can they guess where this is? And it takes most students a couple of minutes, but they usually figure out that it's the continental United States. And the image, it's
Minutes. Susie. I recognized it immediately. A couple of minutes. Who is Susie teaching? Oregon has no electricity.
obviously much more sort of sporadic, but the image is based on a similar kind of low light imaging of the Earth at night, and it's controlled for the same kind of sunlight, gas flares, and that sort of thing. And this one is one of the earliest images made of the United States using lights detected in 29 orbits around the Earth. And compare that to this one, which is much more obviously the continental United States. And I usually ask students, how many orbits do you think this would have taken? And it's 10 times the number of orbits it would have taken from the previous image. So this image takes 236 orbits to create, and it takes about 6 months for the satellite to capture enough data, enough light data to be able to create this image. And here's another one. So the lesson in this case can be a couple of points. Technological manipulation is necessary to produce the kinds of images we see, so it's important to inquire into how images are constructed and towards what ends. And secondly, this exercise can spark another conversation about the consumption of electric power and what it means globally. Rather than just associate
So far the lessons are always to check the context of the source. Um, Essentially always ask where something came from, why it was created, what the purpose of it is for. In my opinion, the satellite image of Korea is the most egregious because most people will not know or understand what it takes to make those images and how they can be manipulated. Yes, I think it's one of the the most annoying ones for sure because it's dependent on your lack of curiosity. It is dependent on your lack of curiosity about what they're doing and why they're doing it. And they're hoping you just take it at face value. And a lot of the times that's all that's taken as is its face value without inquiring into the reason why something is being produced and where it came from.
associating plentiful electricity with prosperity, students today can be especially sensitive to environmental issues. And this slide, I think, is particularly helpful in getting students to think about the unequal distribution of energy and resources, which often translates into unequal power and energy.
Comrades, we are about to go to an ad. So I'm going to go to the lobby screen. I'm going to take a quick little break while the ad runs, and then we'll be right back. We'll finish this up, and then move into the reading the Susie Kim book. But I'm going to take a break.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world, I'm turning inside out. Yeah, I'm floating around in ecstasy. So don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time.
Hello, comrades. Welcome back. We are going to finish up this section. Sorry, I needed to take a break. I got some water. I had a toke break. I went and said hello to my dog and stretched a little bit so that I could just go straight into reading after we finish up with this clip from Susie Kim talking about how to dispel myths in North Korea and propaganda. So far, we have learned that the correct thing to do when presented with something negative about the DPRK or North Korea is to ask where it came from and why it was produced.
International relations. If you compare North Korea here with the other parts of the world where the lowest levels of electricity are consumed, you can see that North Korea basically is in the company of South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In other words, it's much of the third world with a history of colonization. In the Korean case, and especially in understanding the history of relations between North Korea and the United States, it's also important to talk about the history of the Korean War, which is remarkably unknown for the devastation that it caused. The American air campaigns against North Korea wiped out almost all industrial and urban centers. And during the Korean War, there was a threat of American use of nuclear weapons. And since that time, North Korea has been consistently quite concerned about basically not having a comparable nuclear deterrent, especially with the collapse of the Soviet bloc and no longer having the Soviet nuclear umbrella. And despite the Korean War being such a formative experience for North Korea, even today, it's not an episode that is widely known even among historians. So just to give you some basic sort of background information about the war claimed over 4 million lives, including both South North Koreans and Chinese and other international soldiers fighting in Korea, which included 10% of the North Korean population over the course of the 3 years from 1950 to 1953, and that makes it one of the deadliest conflicts in modern history. By 1952, according to estimates made by American fighter pilots, there were no more targets left standing in the North for them to bomb. By the war's end, the war had claimed on average at least one member from every North Korean family. And as a result, its nuclear ambitions or its suspicion of outsiders and foreign influence really need to be understood within this context of a North Korea that really still sees itself very much in a state of war. The costs are
Average of one person in every family. So essentially, there was no you could not exist in the DPRK, or what is known as North Korea by most of the world, without having had some sort of direct connection to like a loss of life. Even if your family was completely fortunate in escaping that, it did you were guaranteed someone you knew was going to have been a victim of American aggression. Every single family in North Korea experienced loss because of American aggression. So you have to understand the suspicion of Americans in general from this context, that you can't separate yourself from what America did to their friends and families. You can't separate yourself from that. You have to understand them within that context.
are not limited to international relations, but extends to the North Korean people, who must live in a constant state of alert. North Korea has one of the longest conscription stints in the world at 10 years of mandatory military service for almost all men who meet physical and background requirements. But one of the results of the bombing was that cities became blank canvases upon which to build a modern city from scratch. Pyongyang became one of the most modern cities in Asia in the 1960s, and pictures like this could be mistaken for Seoul if you didn't look very closely. And North Korea grew far more rapidly than the South after the war from the 1950s to the 1970s. But despite getting a lot of aid from the Soviet bloc in order to rebuild North Korea, the emphasis still very much remained about self-reliance, or Juche. And you might have heard about the Juche ideology from North Korea in the media. This particular word, Juche, is not it's not a new word that was created by the leader. It was first used by the North Korean leader the first North Korean leader, Kim Il-sung, in 1955, but it was very much used throughout Korea's colonial period as a way to denote independence, along with other words that denoted independence, like chaju or charyo. It becomes an official ruling ideology, though, after it's mentioned by the leader, and it becomes a kind of a form of North Korean nationalism. And you see here in the photo the Juche Tower, the Tower of Juche idea. And some anecdotes basically talk about how even in the worst times economically in North Korea, when the entire city would be in a blackout, the Tower of Juche remained lit as a symbol that, you know, it would still remain self-reliant no matter what the costs. And this is one of the major reasons why it has been reluctant to completely open up to foreign aid, despite it having economic hardships.
After the collapse of the Soviet Union and during the arduous march, they did attempt to reach out for foreign aid and were rejected. And as a result of that rejection, tons of people were killed by the famine, and that was because the world refused to help them. There was discussion that we should just let the people in the DPRK starve to death, and that would solve the problem for us. That was a conversation that was had in Congress. There are records for this. So like they did originally like ask the world for help after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the capitalist world rejected them. So they had to come up with a solution to that. That solution was an independent ideology.
And it's also one of the reasons why it has maintained sort of a staunch independence line, even playing Russia or the Soviet Union at the time and China against each other throughout the Cold War. So another of the greatest myths today, that China has the power to make North Korea do whatever it wants because of its economic power, is patently false if you look at the dynamic between the two countries today. And the most visible and obvious kind of example of that is the fact that North Korea has maintained its nuclear weapons program, despite China's disapproval. The principle of self-reliance is also reflected in the national emblem that you see here. It has the official name of the country, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in Korean, but you'll also see in the emblem that there's grain and hydroelectric power. In other words, energy and agricultural or food self-sufficiency. This is an emblem that was created back in the 1940s when the country was first founded in 1948, and already at its very foundation, it was thinking about the importance of self-reliance. So the last myth that I'm going to talk about is this one about North Korea. I mean, in some ways, largely due to its own insistence on self-reliance and juche, but the idea that North Korea is completely closed off as a hermit kingdom and that it's one of the poorest countries in the world on the brink of collapse. While there's no doubt that it is one of the most controlled societies and access to internet and travel are extremely limited, for most North Koreans, North Korea does engage in international and inter-Korean trade, and there are joint ventures going on. According to some sort of statistical indicators, North Korea does somewhat better than the poorest countries in the world. So according to UN agency reporting, North Korean children were better off than children living in other Asian countries such as India and Indonesia, as you see here. The malnutrition rates in terms of wasting or stunting, North Korea did better than India and Indonesia. And in terms of infant mortality, North Korea also does better than the average for South Asia. And it's obviously not as good as its South Korea or the United States or China, but it's by no means sort of at the bottom of the indicators in terms of infant mortality. either. And then in terms of trade and joint ventures, Pyeonghwa Motors Company, which was started by a South Korean-based unification church in 1999, ran a factory in North Korea to produce domestic cars, although there were reports that it may have closed back in 2012.
Say that there's no allies in South Korea. I just said that it would be difficult to operate openly because the National Security Act is used as a legal tool to oppress people who are openly pro DPRK. That's all I was saying by that. But if there's a possibility to support like a workers politician in South Korea, then if it's someone who comes from the people and supports the people and isn't obligated to bourgeois goals essentially, then I would say support them. It's important to support a workers politician, but we have to be cautious while supporting bourgeois politicians specifically.
This photo shows a billboard advertising one of the cars produced by the joint venture, in which the North Korean government is a 30% partner. Whereas smuggled phones from China used to be used along the border before 2008, since 2008, Koryo was established as North Korea's official cellular network. It's also a joint venture with an Egyptian firm, Orascom, which owns 75% of the company and 25% owned by the North Korean state. And the latest data shows that there are 3 million subscribers. Users are not able to make outside international calls, and there is no internet access, but as you see in the picture here, it's a very common sight now to see people with their phones all over, particularly in Pyongyang. North Korea may have come closest to collapse in the mid-90s, in the years just after the fall of the Soviet bloc, when the only leader that it had known suddenly died. There were major weather disasters that compounded the already dire economic situation, and then there was this terrible famine that happened. And obviously, it is far from a major player in the global economy today, but it's not, these examples show that it's not a hermetically sealed hermit kingdom either. And in fact, the borders between North Korea and China allow the majority.
And Alda said, did you know that the DPRK football/soccer team just won the Asia Cup, and South Korea was really angry with the cheering from the DPRK side, applauding a goal from North Korea and booing the South Korean team, the women's football team. W to the DPRK team. Good job, DPRK team. I am not I'm the only sports program I watch is leftist infighting. Let's just put it like that. But that's awesome. That's excellent. No, you're fighting. You're fine. Let's go, women's DPRK team. I yearn for a jersey. Yeah, let's get the jersey.
Of the North Korean defectors to leave North Korea to eventually settle in South Korea, because the natural border is created by a river that runs through there. And when the water levels are low enough, people are able to bribe the border patrols and cross the river on foot. As of 2013, the total number of North Korean refugees in South Korea was at 23,000 people. With the majority, as you see in this graph, with the majority leaving after the late 1990s. And if you look at survey data, the majority of them will say that it was for economic reasons. But again, it's important to put this figure into perspective. So North Korea, so far, there are 23,000 North Koreans settled in South Korea since the division of Korea. But to put this into perspective, 21,000 East Germans left every year while the Berlin Wall stood during the Cold War. And by the end of that, there were 4.5 million East Germans who had settled in West Germany by the time of unification.
Realistically, very few people are resettling outside of the DPRK for economic reasons primarily, but also Susie said like after the late 1990s, which implies like maybe after a slight recovery from the arduous march, when like it was like maybe safe for them to travel or they had the more capability of traveling. They weren't so focused on what they were eating or something like that. What their next meal, where their next meal was coming from. So potentially that is also like a motivating thing that you could think about, which we just talked about how the arduous march was caused because they had lost access to the Soviets and the USSR because the USSR dissolved, and so that since they were so reliant on support from the USSR, they asked for help from the Western world, and the Western world said no, we're not going to help you, and that's what ended up leading like a further development of Juche ideology. But it just seems important to note that like maybe after the arduous march is when people started to seek some sort of further protection from that, I think that's natural.
So the numbers for the defection of North Koreans pale by comparison. And obviously you can think about various reasons for that. But so to recap, the major lessons to impart to students are the importance of Korean historical and cultural context, and the importance of looking at North Korea not in isolation, but in comparative and global contexts. Although it can be daunting to wade through the endless numbers of materials online, students can make effective use of internet sources with a strict standard for critically assessing their value. As I always say to my students, to approach something with understanding is not the same as sympathizing with it. And I hope you have found these examples useful in teaching students about North Korea. Thank you.
Alright, so that is Susie Kim's video on how to dispel myths about North Korea. Essentially the tools. Come here, Truffle. Come here. Come lay down right here. Your bed's right here. She's under the table laying down. Essentially, when presented with like a piece of evidence about North Korea, ask where it came from, why it was made, and how it was produced, because all of these can give you insight onto what the reality of the situation is and the steps that are taken to get to where they are to like how they produced this evidence in the first place. Because sometimes the steps taken provides a little bit of interesting insight. We also learned that like the number of defectors is only like 23,000 total after decades of the separation between the North and the South. It can also be applied to all sources of everything too. Yes, that is true. Context matters. Who would have thought that the context matters? Look into funding sources as well. Almost always when you look at the funding arm, it's going to be attached to probably USAID or National Endowment for Democracy or to some sort of charity organization based in Washington, D.C., something like that. Like if it's producing anti-DPRK like propaganda, it'll be connected to one of these things. If you look at the source specifically for factual claims, oftentimes it will be an anonymous source, and then you'll look at where the claim is specifically sourced from, and it will like 9 out of 10 times be Radio Free Asia, but there's other places. There's a list of sources that Madeline has in their link tree, and you can get access to it by using the DPRK command in the Discord. But Madeline has a whole expansive resource document on which sources are are funded by what when it comes to media organizations that appear to be independent organizations producing content about the reality of North Korea. And Madeline has put together like an extensive document talking about where their funding comes from. Essentially, it's really really helpful. Like you can use it's !DPRK in the Discord to find that document. It's also on their link tree. But now we're going to read Susie Kim's book, which, give me a second, I have to open it up in Proton because I put it there. I believe I found it on Document. Document. And anyone with on the internet with the link can view it. But this is the Proton file. So this is Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950 by Susie Kim. Oh, hold on, share this tab. This is Everyday Life in North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950 by Susie Kim, in a PDF format. My husband has been tasked with finding my copy of the book, which I believe is in his car, and I believe he cleaned his car and moved my book somewhere. Is my analysis of the how events went when talking about this with my husband. So he's been told to look at his car for me, because I believe it's in his trunk now, because he did clean his car between the time that we talked about. And he was like, I might have moved it. I was like, okay, can you please look? So that's where I think it is. But I have the physical copy of it. I just can't find it. And I haven't left with it in a long time, so I don't know where else it could be besides his car. Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950. I'm scrolling. Oh, our goal is to read the introduction in chapter 1. I think that's feasible. This is a list of where illustrations are and a description of them. It's what page they are, essentially. This is a list of the different tables. Is this the intro? No, this is acknowledgements. This is a map of the Korean Peninsula with the 38th parallel marked. There's a lot of blank pages. There we go. Page 17. Introduction. A satellite image of the Korean Peninsula at night shows South Korea and the surrounding regions bathed in light, while North Korea seems engulfed in darkness, except for the capital city of Pyongyang. The image has symbolized North Korea's backwardness since U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld referred to it during a news briefing on December 23, 2002. So, Susie Kim specifically talked about this image during the video we just watched. If you look at a picture from the sky of the Korean Peninsula at night, South Korea is filled with lights and energy and vitality and a booming economy. North Korea is dark. From this description, he concludes matter-of-factly, it is a tragedy what's being done in that country. To be sure, North Korea has serious problems, but what is the precise nature of the tragedy? A closer look at the process of creating the image reveals a more complicated picture. A product of modern technology is a composite of multiple images from repeated orbits around the Earth, 236 to be exact, with sophisticated algorithms to adjust for anomalies such as fires and lightning. In other words, it is not an image that the naked eye could see from the sky, nor an image that speaks for itself, as Rumsfeld would have us believe. It is a constructed image, made possible only through sophisticated engineering. It is worth pondering to what extent other images of North Korea are deployed to fit certain premises. Rumsfeld's conclusion linking light and energy with a booming economy implies that economic growth is an inherent good, and without it, there is only tragedy. However, as an unrestrained consumption of energy comes under growing scrutiny, it is no longer clear how desirable it is so much light to flood such even patches of the globe. North Korea is not the only place in the world without as much light as South Korea or Japan. Vast inhabited stretches of Africa, South and Southeast Asia, and China do not come close to the amount of electricity consumed per capita in the United States and Europe. Rather than split the world into simplistic binaries of light and dark as markers of good and evil, in this book, I start from the premise that the world is, I being Susie Kim, start from the premise that the world is integrated particularly with the acceleration of modernity that, beginning in the 19th century, compressed time and space, creating a world that is highly uneven, with some places modernizing at the expense of others. North Korea is a part of that world, and I begin with this common image in order to deconstruct widespread perceptions that it is backwards, and therefore outside of modernity. Even those who trace North Korea's predicament to the trauma of the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, an American responsibility for carpet bombing much of the country, still characterize it as a country suspended in time, one that exists off modernity's grid, a place where the Cold War never ended, where the heirloom paranoia is taken down and polished daily. It is true that the Cold War has not ended in Korea. The North and South remain divided. But North Korea was a different place before the Korean War. Indeed, Northern Korea was more modern than many parts of East Asia, witnessing substantial industrialization under Japanese colonial rule 1910 to 45, especially during the 1930s when mobilization for war required industries from steel to chemical factories. The capital, Pyongyang, was known as the Jerusalem of the East, the largest center of Christian activity in East Asia, with the attendant importation of Western culture. Despite the acknowledged importance of history, however, North Korea is seldom thought to have a history worth examining. Through the lens of the Cold War, it is consigned to the dustbin of history as an anachronistic relic of the Stalinist state. This book is an attempt to restore North Korea's historicity and its place within the history of modernity, an inconvenient truth perhaps better left ignored for fear that North Korea's problem may not be its alone. Goodbye, Kami Jesus. Thank you for being with us today. Go cleanse yourself of whatever impurities you have gained in peace. This book is an attempt to restore North Korea's historicity and its place within the history of modernity, an inconvenient truth perhaps better left ignored for fear that North Korea's problems may not be its alone. There is enough responsibility to go around, including that of the United States, for modernity's discontents. Actually, hold on, I forgot to... Is it... It looks like it's still frozen from... Is it sharing the document for you guys? It looks like it's frozen on the Susie Kim screen for me. Is it frozen on the Susie Kim screen for everyone? It's not frozen on the Susie... It's frozen on Susie Kim. Okay. It does say that it's sharing the document. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. I just came back. No worries. I see her on the screen. She's not supposed to be here still. It's a, hold on, let me click stop sharing, and let me do it again. I think I just fixed it, but it's like stacking the multiple, I've talked about how sometimes before it'll stack the notifications and block part of my screen. There we are. Are we looking at a document? On my screen, it looks like we are looking at a document. On I have the Twitch preview up. Excellent. Sorry about that. There is enough responsibility to go around, including that of the United States, for modernity's discontents. Rather than recognize the shared heritage, however, Western media coverage of North Korea paints it as a vast network of gulags ruled over by an omnipotent dictator, a realization of George Orwell's dystopia in 1984, where modern technology is used to police both thought and action. Through repeated stock images, modernity's worst excesses are displayed onto North Korea as a singular anomaly, rather than the common byproduct of modernity. Consequently, North Korea has become a place where Dr. Evil rules over one corner of the axis of evil in the last outpost of tyranny, in the words respectively of Newsweek, President George Bush, and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Scholars have not done much better. After acknowledging that politics in North Korea is far more complicated than it is usually made out to be, one specialist declared, "Of course, the simplified I'm gonna wrestle with this word until I get through it. Historiography? I think it's historiography. Historiography was, I think it's historiography of North Korea is not totally without merit, for the political history of North Korea is essentially a history of the rise of one man. Kim Il-sung is the sole winner, the hero, the omnipotent one. But North Korea emerged out of a complicated and neglected history, and this book opens at the beginning. Without an understanding of its origins, North Korea will forever remain the other." That's gonna happen a few times, where I wrestle over words, because this is the second time now that I'm reading this book, like officially second time through. And I remember at the beginning, I was Googling a lot of words. So we'll potentially have to do a lot of the same thing to remind me what some words mean. Potentially taking us to the brink of another tragic war on the Korean peninsula. North Korea's history is not simply the history of one man or the party, but part and parcel of the history of modernity, not suspended in time, but part of the global history of decolonization. This is a story of peasants and villagers during North Korea's social revolution from 1945, when Korea was liberated from Japanese colonial rule, to 1950, before the start of the Korean War. North Korea embarked on an alternative path to modernity, opposing both colonial and capitalist modernity. Generally, modernity has been linked with a wide variety of developments in the modern age, from rationality, science, and technology to bureaucracy, social stratification and market systems, legal jurisprudence, and democratic institutions. From the perspective of modernization theory, modernity was the natural outcome of universal linear development of mankind from traditional agrarian societies to modern industrialized ones, aided by technological innovation that led to increased production and mass consumption. However, a broad survey shows that different forms of technologies, markets, laws, bureaucracies, and social differentiation have existed in different parts of the world throughout much of human history. What set the modern era apart from previous history to define the main characteristics of modernity was industrialization and the impetus for it, namely capitalism. As Immanuel Wallerstein has stated succinctly, we do not live in a modernizing world, but a capitalist world. So Susie Kim here is talking about how the DPRK is a modern civilization, but its route to modernity was different than a capitalist route. Capitalist route to modernity, which is the transition out of an agrarian society into a modern society. The capitalist transition was its hallmark was industrialization, which was the building of factories, the elimination of the artisan class, the mass production of and commodification of goods, etc. That is the capitalist perspective of modernization, but that the DPRK took a different route to a modern state, and is perhaps like one of the most modern states in its place in Asia. Although the Enlightenment is often touted as the beginning of modernity, its faith in science as the source of universal laws was not too far a leap from faith in the divine as the source of absolute truth, as demonstrated by the deep religiosity of such key Enlightenment figures as Isaac Newton and René Descartes. Not until the Industrial Revolution was the power of human design made visible through revolutionary advances in transportation and manufacturing, changing the fabric of everyday life. Despite a growing sense of human agency, however, the mechanization of labor that replaced the tradition of skilled craftsmanship subjected increasing numbers of workers and their families to the laws of the market. Regulated by the invisible hand, the status of capitalism as scientific marginalized human agency just when it seemed historically most substantive. The publication of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, 1776, the first major treatise on modern economics and capitalism, was followed emblematically by the French Revolution in 1789. The revolution declared man master of himself with the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, invoking natural law rather than a higher being as the basis for inviolable rights. This was the birth of modern subjectivity. The modern subject was to remain largely bourgeois, defined by those privileged enough to own property and participate in public life in the exercise of their economic and political rights. Socialist modernity was a direct response to the limits of capitalist modernity. It attempted to realize more fully the emancipatory potential of modernity, not by faith in the invisible hand of capitalism, but by purposeful planning in service of the collective social need over industrial profit. The problem with defining modernity as the rise of bureaucracy and rationality is, from Max Weber to Michael Foucault, I do know how to say this, but I just can't think of it right now. To Michael Foucault, the conflation of modernity's form common to all modern societies, with its varied substance quite deliberately blurring the boundaries between different political systems, yet it matters whether modernity is colonial, capitalist, or socialist. Critique of modern methods of discipline and control should not preclude a rigorous analysis of differences within modernity, so as to restore its potential for human emancipation. Admittedly, much violence has been perpetrated in the name of freedom, but the present as a stage toward a better future is not the monopoly of the modern era. What is central to modernity is not the notion of liberation per se, but the idea that the efforts of men, and more recently also women, will bring about change. That is, man as a creator. As Agnes Heller aptly described it, none of our predecessors could consciously create history, prepare the future, or plan it. Only the moderns are able to do these things. The revolutionary and emancipatory potential of Marxist thought that differentiates it from liberal variety is precisely the elevation of the most downtrodden and exploited to the position of privileged subjects. the ones to bring about the better future for all humanity. Invoking the term heroic modernism, I mark socialist modernity as distinct from either capitalist or colonial modernity in its belief in the emancipatory potential of history through new forms of community. So I think we were just sort of reading about this in Answered 100 Questions, when it said that it is the working class that are the ones who are able to move hold on. I want to be able to use the terms correctly. But I believe we were just reading about that in the Duce Idea Answered 100 Questions. The popular masses can evolve into the independent driving force of history. The socio-historical movement. That's what the term is. What does it mean that the socio-historical movement is the independent movement of the popular masses? It means that the socio-historical movement is a movement the popular masses launch by themselves to defend independence and put it into reality. I believe that's what Susie Kim is talking about here. The revolutionary and emancipatory potential of Marxist thought that differentiates it from liberal variety is precisely the elevation of the most downtrodden and exploited to the position of privileged subjects, the ones to bring about a better future for all of humanity. Invoking the term heroic modernism, I mark socialist modernity as distinct from either capitalist or colonial modernity in its belief in the emancipatory potential of history through new forms of community. Socialist modernity embodied the capacity of people to boldly step out as political agents to make history, even if the conditions were not of their choosing and the outcomes were not what they intended. It is the very definition of heroism, the courage to try even at the risk of failure. With the Japanese surrender at the end of World War II, Korea gained its independence from Japan's 35-year colonial rule, not on its own terms, but by default. Still, years of colonial discrimination and political oppression had created a fiercely nationalistic people with a desire for self-government and independence. These desires found expression through numerous self-governing organizations spontaneously formed throughout the peninsula in the void left by the dissolution of the Japanese colonial apparatus after August 15, 1945. They were called People's Committees, PCs. Inmin, I believe this is the word for them in Korean. Inmin Wiwon-ho, among other names. And they quickly spread across the country, organizing people at every level down to the villages. The People's Committees were organs of self-government with local autonomy, providing the basis for an independent Korean government. But Korea became the first victim of the Cold War. Liberation was marred by the division of the country into two separate occupation zones, the Soviets in the north, the Americans in the south. As the two spheres solidified, the Northern People's Committees, supported by the Soviets, became organs for social change, albeit centrally directed, whereas the Southern People's Committees were quickly suppressed by the American occupation, which perceived them as left-wing and challenging the power of the United States military government. By 1948, the increasingly centralized regimes on both sides declared two separate states. The Republic of Korea in the south, on the third-year anniversary of liberation, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the north, the following month. Participatory grassroots organs of self-government, unprecedented on such a scale in Korea, had by then been purged in the south and centralized in the north. The colonial experience weighed heavily on the resurgence of centralized state power, which fused the ethnic nation and the political state to create the first modern republic in Korea in the north and the south. However, The process of state formation was complicated by the division of the country, which exacerbated colonial cleavages mapped onto Cold War conflicts. Those who had sided with the colonial government, either to survive or to get ahead, believing in its imperial project for modernizing Korea, were now considered useful by the American occupation for setting up an anti-communist bulwark on the peninsula. Colonial collaborators were given a new lease on life by joining with the United States in the coming Cold War. On the other hand, the vast majority of peasants who made up Korean society were ready for radical change. They had been relegated to the margins under colonial rule, with few to no opportunities offered by modernity, whether in the form of education or consumerism. Peasants demanded land reform and political autonomy through the People's Committees, all programs supported by the Soviets, which automatically branded them as communists whether they had any understanding of the actual tenets. Under these circumstances, the division of Korea decreased room for maneuvering on both sides. Nonetheless, North Korea attempted to sketch out its own path, instituting sweeping changes that sought to eradicate both its painful colonial past and its traditional hierarchical relations of gender, class, and social status. I'm going to finish this paragraph and we're going to go to an ad break, and then we're going to keep reading. I really want to get through at least the introduction and into the first chapter. Nonetheless, North Korea attempted to sketch out its own path, instituting sweeping changes that sought to eradicate both its painful colonial past and its traditional hierarchical relations of gender, class, and social status. Although older forms of inequality and exploitation were eliminated, only to be replaced by different forms of hierarchy and domination, changes in North Korea in this period were revolutionary and unprecedented in Korean history. Alright, so we're going to keep reading. I'm going to highlight this section here, but I'm going to go to an ad break, and then we're going to keep reading through the introduction. How are we enjoying the book so far, the introduction so far? I'm going to play the French song while the ad's going. Take a break. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Yeah, Susie Kim does a great job talking about the context and the history. I believe we're about to get into... Oh. Sorry, I clicked on accident. I believe we're about to get into talking about the source material for a lot of this book. Susie Kim was very, I believe, I could be wrong, but Susie Kim was clever about choosing the source material, and I believe they do talk about it in the intro of the book as well. But I'm going to go to the lobby, I'm going to play some music while the ad is going, and then we're going to come back and keep reading. I'm going to take a break while I'm in the lobby. Thank you, Smash.
Les lames vacarmes s'en va dans l'oubli éternam et Gustave dom guardiam dilim didididilam lutes sera doridam seram dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les toits à sur noir gris fera. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, double de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Eau claire, obscure, trouble, radure, clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, courera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Eau claire, obscur, trouble, radure, clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, courbera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, courbera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle.
I coughed just in time to come back. Hello, comrades. I'm going to get back to reading. That was for those who were not seeing an ad or were able to listen to the song, that is a song from Clair Obscure Expedition 33. And I will be playing a game tomorrow on stream. For part 3, we're going to collect the final diva for the All Divas party. W French song, the only good French thing that has ever come out of French history is Expedition 33, is what we've determined. Please watch your language. Please watch your language, Smash. Absolutely no swear words allowed in this chat. For fuck's sake. But I'll be playing it tomorrow for Sunday Fun Day. It'll actually be Sunday Fun Day when the title says it. So there will be no incomplete historical material analysis going on. I actually think... Hold on, let me check. I think I fixed it. I think I finally found the thing. Does the stream name say Gay Bomb Squad? Does the stream title say Gay Bomb Squad? Hello, Komadsky. It does say... I did fix it. Hello, Komadsky. Welcome in. First time chat. So I did fix it. So it no longer is... I was going on to Twitch and setting on the Twitch stream info every day before I went live whatever I was planning on do, which like the rest of the week was coffee and headlines. But on... I swear I looked on here and checked, but I guess I didn't, or maybe I didn't save it. But then on the platform that I'm using to do all the streaming from, I had it set to Sunday Fun Day. And so it said it was changing it every time I went live from this platform to Sunday Fun Day automatically. But I'm going to keep reading. And if you want to see video games I'll be playing tomorrow, it's absolutely super, super fun. Not sad at all. We have not cried. And I've never once told a lie. But we're reading Everyday Life in North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950 by Susie Kim. We're in the middle of the introduction. And we're going to keep reading through chapter 1 probably. The Russians hardly show up in the coming pages, precisely because they were not present at the local level. Koreans were running the show. The further away one got from Pyongyang, local documents, many of them scribbled in newly learned handwritten letters, because they were just getting education to the people after they got freed from Japanese colonial rule, and they were educating people with literacy campaigns because they were planning before the Japanese had been thrown out at the end of World War II. They had already been planning to have the People's Committees put in place. And so when the Americans got there, they looked around and said, absolutely not. And when the Russians got there, they said, all right, well, this actually is kind of similar-ish to what we've got going on over here, so we'll do what we can to support you. Let us know what you need. And then they didn't really do much. You know, it was Koreans running the show, and they were doing land reform. Like it was said, like Susie said earlier, there was land reform, there was education. They basically jumped on it as soon as the Japanese got out. And Americans came in. It said with the Soviets backing them in the north, they became the People's Committees became instruments for social change. I don't want to scroll away too far. Became instruments for social change, and then the People's Committees in the south were quickly suppressed by the American occupation and were labeled as left-wing and communist and anti-capitalist. Revealed token acknowledgments of the Soviet Union, but overall show people preoccupied with reconstructing a new nation and governing themselves. As the only American reporter to travel through North Korea in 1947, Anna Louise Strong, and shout out to OBSIS, who I believe is trying to make some of Anna Louise Strong's books available in an accessible format online. But also shout out to Tiniest Boop, who I believe has done something similar and transcribed one of Anna Louise Strong's writings into an accessible format online, and they're both accessible in the PRF Discord. So if you want to read Anna Louise Strong, join the Discord and bother the comrades in the Discord, because we have, I believe, some accessible formats for reading Anna Louise Strong. As the only American reporter to travel through North Korea in 1947, Anna Louise Strong was struck by how naively insistent Koreans seemed to think they were running things. She observed that the only concentration of Russians was in the capital, Pyongyang, and they were not very conspicuous even there. A local Korean informed her that only 10 to 12 Russians were in his provincial capital, and 3 to 4 in his county seat just to give advice. A committed admirer of the Soviet Russia, Strong was openly condescending, seeing North Koreans as adolescents in politics who still have to learn some. Maybe this is not the best advertisement for Anna Louise Strong's writings. I trust Obsis and Tiniest Boop. Seem to think as adolescents in politics who still have to learn some international facts of life. But she was also keen to note that their attitude showed an awakened sense of their own political power. As a furiously active political life, am I American? Yes, I am American. I am Californian. Of course, in looking at Soviet documents, it is clear that the Soviets were attempting to mold the newly emerging North Korean state, and successfully so. They were particularly influential in the drafting of the constitution and reform measures, as well as the formation of foreign policy, military organizations, and the training of party cadres. However, as Eric Van Ree documented from Soviet sources, the Soviets pursued the same interests as the Russian Empire in the 19th century: access to warm water ports and a friendly government in Korea as a bulwark against Japanese threats. Soviet military maps at the end of the Asia-Pacific War indicated plans only down to the 38th parallel, honoring the agreement with the United States for a divided occupation zone. The units to be deployed for the occupation of North Korea were not finalized until August 25, 1945, 5 days after fighting had ended with Japanese in Korea. Moreover, a decree by the Soviet occupation dated September 27, 1945, announced the abolition of all Japanese colonial institutions and the confiscation of all lands owned by Japanese and pro-Japanese elements. Such a decree was stark in contrast to the orders issued by the American occupation, which in effect instructed that the colonial structure he left intact and made Such a decree was in stark contrast to the orders issued by the American occupation, which in effect instructed that the colonial structure be left intact and made English the official language in the South. Although both occupation powers were unprepared for their mission, the Soviets understood the political stakes of decolonization, whereas the Americans did not. What is missing from Soviet documents, and indeed from most studies on North Korea, is the everyday life of the local villages undergoing a major transformation, instituting hands-on the radical changes in a revolution that no Soviet official... Oh my gosh! Welcome in, Raiders. We are reading Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution.
That's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Oh my gosh, Larry. Hello, Larry. Too old for Twitch. Welcome in. Hello. Mary Jane Lane. Welcome. Hello, everyone. We are reading Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950 by Susie Kim. We're currently in the middle of the introduction, and we are going to read through chapter 1. Welcome in. We are 7 minutes away from my local time zone. Time zones are fake bourgeois apparatuses used to control us. But in my local time zone, we are 6 minutes away from 4:20. So I'm trying to pay attention to the clock right now and be able to take a break on time, but we're reading. Very interesting subject, Raid. Oh, that's interesting. I love that. Yes, we've been finishing today an entire discussion on Korea. We started with, at the beginning of the stream, we talked about how the rapid industrialization and rapid pro-capitalist structure has skipped a lot of safety measures in the Republic of Korea in the South. And so the Republic of Korea experiences a large number of civilian disasters due to the civilian population being overlooked as casualties of these disasters because they're so quick to want to establish these capitalist profit-inducing elements. Things like the ferries, the significant number of ferry crashes, often because people are going to work and crowding onto these ferries, and there wasn't a very good process for checking to see how many people were getting on, and things like that. And then we talked about how to dispel myths coming from the DPRK. We watched a video by Susie Kim. Yes, we talked a bit about the ferry crashes. And then we watched a video on how to dispel myths in the DPRK by Susie Kim, who wrote the book that we are reading now, which is Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950, which examines the everyday life of the people experiencing the North Korean Revolution, and characterizes the revolution not specifically by the military conflict itself or the battles that happen, but by the dramatic changes to how you live your life every single day, and can say that the revolution is over when your everyday life is once again mundane and boring, but that oftentimes these places under siege aren't able to leave that revolutionary state. So I'm going to welcome in again. Thank you. Very, very grateful for the raid. I'm going to keep reading. Moreover, a decree by the Soviet occupation dated September 27, 1945, announced the abolition of all Japanese colonial institutions and the confiscation of all lands owned by Japanese and pro-Japanese elements. Such a decree was in stark contrast to orders issued by the American occupation, which, in effect, instructed that the colonial structure be left intact and made English the official language in the South. Although both occupation powers were unprepared for their mission, the Soviets clearly understood their political stakes of decolonization, whereas the Americans did not. I forgot to also mention that we did also do another reading where we read sections 23 through 50 of Juche Idea, answered 100 questions. Side note, they are excellent crashers. Fae are excellent drivers, not the ferry crashes. Oh. Fae are excellent drivers and excellent crashers. The fairies. That's good to know. I'm gonna explain the way that I drive to my husband using this language. I'm gonna say I heard from my friend Too Old for Twitch that fairies are excellent drivers and excellent crashers, and I should be allowed to practice both. What is missing from Soviet documents, and indeed from most studies on North Korea, is the everyday life of local villages undergoing a major transformation, instituting hands-on radical changes in a revolution that no Soviet official could have orchestrated. Andrei Lankov, another scholar who has looked at the role of the Soviet Union in early North Korea, concludes from Soviet sources that there was limited coordination between the Soviets and Koreans. Most decisions were made on the spot, and the military reported to Moscow only some problems and plans. Sometimes local communists were more Catholic than the Pope himself, copying the Moscow pattern with a zeal that even their Soviet patrons occasionally found a bit excessive. I'm handing out free crash out passes. Go ahead, this one's on me. Excellent. However, attention solely to local politics has its own pitfalls. Paradoxically, a post-colonial history that purports to go beyond the nation.
That's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Bunker Cat, Mary Jane Lane, and Lagging Games for the follows. That's the 3 most recent in my list. Thank you, everyone. Juche is what is happening. Yes, Juche is what is happening in the world. Thank you, Larry, for your service. For me understanding that reference. However, attention solely to local
That's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Thank you, Jewel Weed. Attention solely to local politics has its own pitfalls.
9 out of 10 of those dollars goes to build the infrastructure to subsidize the capital investment of the private corporation.
Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that. Wow. Thank you so much. W bits. Too much hype. Thank you for the support, friends. I appreciate it so much. Paradoxically, a post-colonial history that purports to go beyond the nation, to emphasize local developments, combines powerfully with a nationalist history that wants to find domestic origins for historical change to erase the truly transnational character of Korea's socialist and nationalist movements. This combination has had unfortunate results in the historiography, I got it in one that time, of socialist movements in Korea, by sidelining the internationalism inherent in the socialist program despite socialism in one country, particularly with respect to socialism in North Korea. Partly, this was necessary to move beyond Cold War binaries. Oh, it is 4:20, chat. I am going to take a break really quick. I'm also going to get a glass of water, but happy 420s. Cheers, everybody. And I will be right back. Hello, comments. I'm back. Bishmala these herbs. Cheers, everybody. I have a new glass of water as well. Mary Jane Lane, like I said, welcome. Ugh. Particularly with respect to socialism in North Korea. Partly, this was necessary to move beyond Cold War binaries, while also deflecting charges of an international communist conspiracy. North Korea itself has increasingly de-emphasized the role of the Soviet Union and the international communist movement in its history. Still, local developments in North Korea need to be situated within a transnational context. Local people's committees, party chapters, and mass organizations served as forums through which transnational ideologies and competing visions for the ideal nation-state were played out in the immediate post-liberation period. What distinguished these competing visions were not lofty political ideas. Principles of independence, democracy, and equality were touted by all, but the minute details of how everyday life should be organized. Everyday life, whether public or private, came under scrutiny as the primary arena for social change. This move was solidly within the current of discourses and practices of modernity in the first half of the 20th century. As the opening chapter shows, rather than take the everyday for granted as a natural unit of time, however, Chapter 1 historicizes that everyday was a distinctly modern concept that emerged from the experience of industrial capitalism. Oh my god, too old for Twitch. You will be instructed from a burning bush. Smell the sweet smoke and act righteous and mighty, devoted subject. Rather than take the everyday for granted as a natural unit of time, however, Chapter 1 historicizes that the everyday as a distinctly modern concept that emerged from the experience of industrial capitalism. Although everyday life is often conflated with the ordinary, the common repetitive elements that make up daily life, such as food, fashion, home, work, and recreation, the everyday is a modern phenomenon, and there is nothing ordinary about it. It is a distinctly modern temporal category, whereas the ordinary is a normative concept, making the latter that much more arbitrary and ambiguous, since what is deemed normal is specific to place and time. A particular everyday may certainly be ordinary, but not every day is ordinary. During revolutions, the everyday is quite purposefully the site of social change, making it extraordinary. Indeed, an alternative everyday was envisioned within socialist modernity during the heyday of revolution in the Soviet Union. Adding Chinese examples to the discussion, the North Korean Revolution is located within these currents of everyday socialist modernity in the first chapter. I want to make clear that my focus on the everyday differs from the studies of everyday life and take that everyday as the authentic and real, offering a potential for resistance against meta-narratives and hegemonic structures. I do not take the everyday as an authentic space of agency outside of or against structure, but as a site of conjuncture in which different forms of agency are articulated within and through various structural formations. So how your everyday is and how you experience your everyday life is going to be dependent on the structure that you exist in. If you are in a capitalist structure, it's going to be different than if you are under a socialist structure. So your everyday is dependent on the structure that you exist within and through. Chapter 1 presents the everyday as a site of such articulations in order to show how the socialist everyday articulated a specific kind of agency quite different from and in opposition to the one under capitalist modernity. Although the everyday served to maintain the status quo under capitalist modernity, it became the most visibly radical site of social change during the North Korean Revolution. After having laid out the everyday as the theoretical framework for how the book After having laid out the everyday as the theoretical framework for the book, Chapter 2 looks back at Korea's colonial period, to show how North Korea's socialist modernity was a direct response to colonial and capitalist modernity, which together had introduced a form of modernity without the concomitant, I think that's concomitant, I think that's correct, the concomitant recognition of modern subjects. The definition of concomitant is naturally accompanying or associated, a phenomenon that naturally accompanies or follows something. Which together had introduced a form of modernity without the concomitant recognition of modern subjects. Although Japan's colonial modernization brought rationalized production and public education to Korea as two hallmarks of modernity, its treatment of colonial subjects and imperialization policies stripped colonial modernity of a full-fledged sense of modern subjectivity. In reaction, North Korea would develop an alternative collective subject based on the idea of self-reliance that was to become one of the most distinct aspects of North Korea's socialist modernity. Describing the formation of this alternative collective subject, chapters 3 and 4 hone in on one particular county in North Korea, Inje County, for a detailed view of how everyday life was transformed during the revolution to produce a new modern subject. Not only is the county situated along the 38th parallel, but the archives offer the most abundant material on the county of any county in North Korea, facilitating its close study. Chapter 3 highlights 3 events: a radical land reform that restructured social relations, the first mass election in Korea's history, and a literacy campaign that brought educational opportunity to the most remote villages, as particularly significant in forging a new basis for social relations, political participation, and cultural life. No matter how groundbreaking they may be, landmark events have to be sustained by permanent organizations and ongoing practices that institutionalize the essential tenets of those events into everyday. Chapter 4 focuses on organizations through which the revolution was institutionalized, defining one of the primary changes in everyday life as the emergence of a collective life through participation in organizations, especially in the ubiquitous meetings and study groups that structured daily habits. So they're going to talk about, Susie Kim will also talk about this a bit early on too. We're going to hear about I believe they're an American person who visited Moscow and talked about how the Soviets' everyday life was like, and walking around through the streets of Moscow for a few weeks. I think it was like 2 weeks or something like that. I could be wrong there, so don't take that as like the important detail. But he walked around Moscow for a few weeks, and in his writings he said that it was like living in a different world because the Soviets were waking up excited to go to committees and meetings and study groups and do all these sort of social things, that it seemed like there was no such thing as a private life. And Susie Kim goes on to talk about how like social life and private life are very different concepts in a capitalist world and a socialist world. But even there, like with that, before we even get into the focus on organizations being solidified as a way of socialist everyday life, we start to like talk about how in the USSR it was normal to like wake up and be excited to go be part of like have political independence, have actual an actual like ability to enact change in your world and make the world a better place for you and the people around you. Like people were so excited about it that this American was walking around going, "It's so different here that I feel like I'm on a different planet." So we will get into that later, but it won't be as late as chapter 4. We'll get into it a little earlier. DPRK still has enthusiasm. Yes. Organizational practices are brought together with discursive ones in Chapter 5, showing how specific identities such as worker, peasant, and ambiguous terms such as Sam-yuan, office worker or clerk, were constructed as revolutionary subjects through the practice of writing autobiographies and filling out resumes. In the process of narrating their personal lives within the larger history of the revolution, individuals came to identify themselves as part of a collective, and abstract categories like worker and peasant came to have concrete meaning. To show the process of narrative construction, one particular dossier, that of Kim Ho Chol, is examined in depth, comparing 3 different versions of his autobiography. Someone asked me about forced work in USSR, and I was kind of speechless. Providing state work equals literal slavery, apparently. Meanwhile, like, concepts of even questioning that is hypocritical for Western states where slave labor is legalized through for-profit prisons. Um, like, it's even from that angle, it's hypocritical because we have, if you're so concerned about slavery, why are you not ending slavery? Why are you not working on abolishing slavery? It exists here and now. But they were excited to do this state work. They were excited to build a society that was pro-people, that was pro-worker. Of course they were motivated to do that. And there's no evidence other than propaganda to suggest that. Ask them about the forced hand washing programs in America. Even a lot of people here fantasize getting a good government job. People see having a government job as like highly stable, but like, isn't it normal for thousands and thousands of people to lose their jobs when the White House changes from red to blue and blue to red? Like, it's not stable. It's normal for government jobs to just be yanked out from under you just when the White House changes color. You got an opportunity to have guaranteed work or education. The global virus outbreaks resultant from American individualism. We had the worst death rate in the world because we refused to treat the virus outbreak as a serious problem. Although women are part of the story throughout the chapters, Chapter 6 examines more specifically the treatment of the woman question during the revolution and the gendered discourse of revolutionary subjectivity through a close reading of Chosun Yo-sang, Korean Woman, the only woman's journal published in North Korea after liberation. Contrary to pervasive images of masculine revolutionary brotherhood and communist iconography, revolutionary motherhood became a quintessential symbol of revolutionary subjectivity, melding the old and the new as a model for all of North Korean society. And 6F missionary plague vectors. Is that a comment about the pandemic and not a comment about Chapter 6? Is that it? Women will become a specific subject in Chapter 6, but again, we'll talk about women pandemics, yeah. Women will be talking in this book written by a woman, but we will talk about women early on as well. It'll talk about how no, you're fine. It just, I think, was coincidental timing that I had just talked about Chapter 6 and you started your comment off with 6. And I looked at the comments. That was just a coincidence. Again, I find irony to be the most entertaining form of, like, the most entertaining thing. Quiet, women be talking. Yes, a woman will be speaking here. Chapter 7 bridges past and present by looking at how the revolution is remembered within the broader frame of liberated space. As the immediate post-liberation period is often described. Incorporating oral histories and memoirs from both the North and the South, the chapter points out differences between men's and women's narratives of liberation, signaling the importance of organizations and collectives by which experiences take on meaning and memories live on. See, women's narratives. Women will be speaking. Indeed, collective memories are powerful sources of individual identity. but collective memories cannot be sustained without institutional support. In that sense, this final chapter reaffirms the significance of a collective life, particularly for marginalized groups such as women. Women's, yes, and for me, all irony aside, women's voices have urged precaution and prophylaxis, which makes them the better actors in my experience. I agree. Like, better actors in terms of like their cautionary. Hold on, I'm closing a bunch of windows. Their precaution and their desire to protect other people. But also it is from a gendered perspective, I guess, in that sense. As opposed to the bad ones that say skip precautions. Yeah. True. If someone is telling you not to take precautions, I think I would question that in any context. You know what I mean? We can, like, especially when it comes to our health and safety, specifically. Like, there's always being overly cautious, but, like, I think to get overly cautious, you have to have reached some extreme, egregious levels of precaution. Which I don't even know how I would define that. I'm very pro-precaution. I am also pro-precaution. In that sense, this chapter reaffirms the significance of a collective life, particularly for marginalized groups such as women. Whereas North Korea's focus on the collective has been explained through corporatist models, there has been little effort to explain what such a collective orientation means in terms of concrete practices and how it might be understood within the socialist project. Past legacies such as Korea's commitment to Neo-Confucianism or the colonial experience of the Japanese emperor system fail to account for the development of a collective society in North Korea that drew specifically on Soviet socialist practices. After all, socialism is grounded in the idea of the collective, not only in its faith in the collective power of the working class, but also in its utopian vision of society, organized on the basis of collective social needs. Illustrating everyday practices that generated a sense of collectivity during North Korea's formative years, each of the following chapters paints a picture of how particular collectives began to take on meaning and the extent to which they are resonated with those living through the revolution. This book will have achieved its purpose if it succeeds in explaining why and how the everyday was defined by social practice in North Korea, which sought to create a socially productive life that challenged both colonial and capitalist notions about modernity. Hello, my Stellium. Have you been here the whole time and you're just lurking? You're welcome to lurk. Historiography and sources. Although the idea that North Korea was a satellite state of the Soviet Union has lost credibility since the fall of the Soviet bloc, many continue to emphasize the Stalinist roots of North Korean state formation, using the opening of Soviet archives to support such analysis without taking into consideration North Korean reactions to Soviet policies. Even among those, Stalinist mention. It's not because Susie Kim is calling it, but many continue to emphasize Stalinist roots of North Korean because we're talking about source material here. Even among those that acknowledge domestic and internal dynamics, the focus remains on state building, the political leadership, party politics, and the policies of the Soviet Union. It's a context thing, yes. Correct. And the policies of the Soviet Union emphasizing the top-down state-led aspect of the North Korean Revolution. Although a handful of path-breaking works, beginning with The Origins of the Korean War by Bruce Cummings, went beyond this top-down focus to include social conditions, covering statistical data on tenancy rates, political disturbances, and affiliations of the People's Committee's leadership. studies on the inner workings of the people's committees and village life have remained major lacunae. Although the people's committees in the South have been studied by South Korean historians, the people's committees in the North have received scant attention. There are only a handful of monographs in Korean, and none in English that focus on the people's committees in North Korea. Even though starting in the mid-1990s, scholars in South Korea have begun to look at the relationship between national and local developments, in North Korea, the focus remains on political history. The reasons are many. The study of North Korea, whether historical or contemporary, has been shrouded in the continuing legacy of the Cold War. Much too often, events in North Korea are seen as extensions of the growing conflict between the Soviet Union and the United States, with Koreans acting as pawns rather than as historical actors in their own right. To this day, the various aspects of a socialist system are simplistically lumped together as a one-party state or a totalitarian state, without defining what socialism meant in concrete terms for people's lives. One-party states can take on many forms, and the simple fact of one-party rule has little explanatory power in itself. Meanwhile, totalitarianism, a term that gained popular currency during the Cold War to refer to the Soviet Union, has been polemically driven, defined either too narrowly and thus unrealistic, focusing overwhelmingly on the state as a monolithic political system, in which absolute obedience is effectively enforced by dogmatic ideology and terror, or encompassing too many different characteristics that its usefulness as a theoretical category is compromised. I believe that Susie Kim also has a lecture on the term authoritarian, and essentially says that authoritarian is defined as like a state that has laws and the ability to enforce those laws, which would be pretty much every state that exists in the world. And so authoritarian is simply like a political tool that is used to like emotionally manipulate you to feeling a certain way about a subject. And using it isn't exactly descriptive in and of itself. You should get specific about what you perceive to be excessive if you are going to call something authoritarian as a way to convince someone that something is bad. By contrast, I frame the history of North Korea as part of socialist modernity. Some might question whether such variants of actually existing socialism are genuinely socialist. The point here is not to engage in a theoretical debate about the essential tenets of socialism, but to historicize what socialism meant for post-colonial, predominantly agrarian societies like North Korea, and how they went about putting what they considered to be socialism into practice through mass participation. I take socialist modernity to encompass the general impulse to liberate people from the adverse effects of capitalism toward the full achievement of human potential and emancipation through new forms of community. It is in this emphasis on a socialist collective, not necessarily a workers' state, that the North Korean Revolution was fully within the frame of socialist modernity, however broadly defined. This line of argument also challenges Eurocentric histories of socialist modernity that relegate socialism in the Third World to top-down Soviet manipulation, as if they were mere puppets, discounting their variant of socialism as parochial and instrumental, as if their motivations for economic development and national sovereignty had nothing to do with social equality or political freedom. Nonetheless, the dominance of the state in the politics of a divided country such as Korea have led conventional histories in both Koreas to emphasize the role of the state in history making and the extent of state penetration in social life, dichotomizing state and society. The approach I take in this book challenges the strict separation of state and society, examining the degree to which state-society relations are actually fluid and interdependent. The newly forming state was
That's
not
why
sim-
I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Welcome in, Felix Gone Insane. Thank you for the follow. We are reading Everyday Life in the North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 1950, by Professor Susie Kim, who is a professor at Rutgers University teaches Korean history. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Gay Bomb Squad. The newly forming state was not simply expanding into remote villages as an oppressive force. It had to be sensitive to everyday life, concerns, public opinion, and demands, particularly at a time of competing hegemony between the North and the South. Gay Bomb. This book is thus a social history, focusing on the practices of everyday life in North Korea. To date, the only work of its kind. Moving away from an emphasis on political leaders and central urban institutions toward those less prominent, such as women, peasants, the local, the rural, and the everyday. These populations and locales are difficult to trace historically because they do not have access to conduits through which history has usually been passed down. Personal memoirs and other writings were limited to the elites by disparities in education and positions of power and status. Official documents serve a particular purpose, and areas outside their purview were neglected and ignored. Compounding the problem in the case of North Korea is the lack of access to North Korean archives. The best source for North Korea's early history is, ironically, in the United States, just a few miles outside Washington, D.C. The collection, commonly referred to as the North Korean Captured Documents, contains 1,608,000 pages of records seized by the U.S. military forces in Korea during the Korean War, 1950 to 1953. Declassified in 1977, the collection is housed at the National Archives II in College Park, Maryland, under Record Group 242. It includes an amazing collection of materials including letters, diaries, personnel files, minutes of meetings of various organizations, educational materials, newspapers, magazines, court documents, and photographs. The collection offers an excellent window into early North Korea. But only a handful of scholars have used it, and no one to date has used the materials for a microhistory of everyday life. Parts of this collection have been reproduced in a continuing series of volumes entitled Historical Materials Related to North Korea, published by the National History Compilation Committee, a government research institution in South Korea. As of 2011, 67 volumes in this series have been published. 7. Susie Kim was ahead of her time when she wrote this book. This book was published long ahead of its time. The vast majority of the captured documents are government documents and official publications. Nonetheless, combing through the pages reveals multiple voices and competing interests underneath the official line that come through despite attempts to centralize and homogenize what was actually a complicated revolutionary process involving conflict, negotiation, and compromise. I might have read compromise twice. Oh, homogenize. I think I may have read compromise twice somewhere. You could have broke in there. You should have. You should have stolen the documents back so we can deliver them back to the DPRK. Your Commie Jesus took one of your U's. You don't have a W right now. You just have one U. Commie Jesus, did you not say goodbye? Commie Jesus is holding your U hostage. And you will get it back when you've earned it, Smash. The story of the North Korean Revolution is not a triumphant story of the heroic coming together of revolutionary leaders. Welcome back, Commie Jesus. Of revolutionary leaders and masses for social revolution, nor a tragic story of revolution betrayed by the revolutionary leaders who had forsaken the masses in their own rise to power. Neither the top-down model of revolution that views the North Korean Revolution as Kim Il-sung's singular project, nor the bottom-up model that views it as entirely spontaneous is accurate. People are never automatons simply doing what they are told, and neither are they completely spontaneous without histories or trajectories. The spontaneity under such circumstances was similar to what Pierre Bourdieu described as the habitus, called regulated improvisations, or spontaneity without consciousness. Spontaneity within the flow of time can never be something that arises out of nothing, but strictly speaking must be revisions and transformations based on the historical past. Looking at North Korean peasants as historical actors, I bring together individual subjectivity and agency with collective interests and identities as a process of negotiation between the larger revolutionary agenda and the individual's place in it. Okay, comrades. It is 4:53. I'm technically an hour overtime, and that was the introduction. I'm glad I got through the whole introduction, but I'm going to have to put this off for more reading for next Saturday. Next Saturday will be on Korea Part 3. And I'm going to put together a more stream going into just more of this. It'll be essentially at the same time that we're doing this reading now. And we'll read through chapter 1 and see how far we can get. And in the first half, we'll read more of the Juche idea, answered 100 questions, which we read all the way up to number 50 today. And we'll read 50 through just as far as we can get through it. But we're almost, essentially, I think we're almost like through with it. And we'll move on to another reading of the Juche idea. Tomorrow, from 12 p.m. to like 4 or 5 p.m., I've been pushing it late. So tomorrow, from 12 p.m. to when I'm done, is Sunday Fun Day. So we've done a bunch of studying this week. We did some news analysis Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We did a lot of studying today. So tomorrow we're going to hang out. We're going to play video games. We're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33. And if you want to come hang out with us and play some video games, we're doing communist propaganda in Baldur's Gate 3. And we're definitely not crying in Expedition 33. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, comrades. Oh, is there anyone streaming right now? Any recommendations for raids? Who's around? Who's around? I don't know how to see this.
They tried to develop a gay bomb.
They did try to develop a gay bomb. They did do that. Quick actions. Raid channel. Who should we raid? Should we raid Raptor Blue? Shall we raid Raptor Blue, comrades? How's that sound? Oh, hold on. Sorry, my nails are way too long. I need to get my sister to fix them. I have really overgrown acrylic nails on, and I keep typing the wrong letters. The people in my Discord are familiar with my typos. Alright. We should be rating Raptor Blue. Thank you again, comrades, for hanging out. And I hope you enjoy the next stream. And I will see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. or whenever I'm done, Pacific Standard Time. Have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are. Bye.